It's the middle button at the front.
Exactly, very punctual. No
Somehow
time
it pushes
wasted.
in if you get it in the middle of it someplace.
And the time is 6 p.m. This is the Moraga-Orinda Fire
Oh.
District regular board meeting. Today's June 21st is 6 p.m. closed session and 7 p.m. open session.
Oh,
There we go. Okay. Call a meeting to order and do a roll call.
Director Danziger,
Present.
Director Hassler.
Here.
Director Jorgens.
Here.
Director Romer,
Here.
Director Jex.
Here. Have a pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yes, we invite the public to make any comments they want relating to the
Closed session.
agenda, closed session agenda.
And we have not received any written comment and we do not have any public comment.
Okay, then we'll close comment and move into closed session.
And the time is 6:02. session of the 7 o'clock. Okay, the time is 7 o'clock.
Call a meeting to order. And welcome everyone, and we'll have a roll call, the directors.
Okay, if we can hold on one moment. Director Danziger,
Here.
Director Hassler,
Here.
Director Jorgen.
Here.
Director Romer,
Here.
Director Jex.
Here. We have nothing to report from the closed session, and we would welcome public comments at this point on any item not on the agenda today.
And so we do have one request for a public speaker, Sandy Pearson. Okay, Sandy, you should be able to.
Hi, my name is Sandy Pearson. I live on Minor Road in the Canyon Ranch Homeowners Association area. Just a couple of years ago, Chief Winokur came and addressed our association and made a really great impression there. And subsequent to that, he led a neighborhood tour of some of the nature trails on the Orinda Highlands property, which is adjoining us, and talked about what fire spread and things that neighbors could do to protect their property. So our neighborhood felt like we had a really good rapport with the fire district, and I think people were engaged. We formed a Firewise committee, got the chipper in, and felt like we were making progress. So the people I've talked to, the people around me, were really surprised to get the pre-citations in the mail. They kind of felt like they've been doing a good job, and then suddenly the bar was raised significantly, and they were surprised. They had no idea this was coming, and I like to think that I read the paper and keep abreast of things, but I knew nothing about it until it came in the mail. And then there's a lot of confusion. Everybody's out trying to hire the same tree guys to do the same work at the same time. And there are some people who are worried about the expense. They frankly can't afford to do everything that's been asked of them. Well, maybe when it gets down to brass tacks, the ask will be less than what is expected. But what are they going to do if they can't pay for it? They're afraid they'll be fined. It's causing a lot of concern and confusion, and people are lying awake at night wondering how they're going to do this. So I'm sorry to see some of the support for the fire district eroding, because people are surprised and a little bit bitter even. We have done a lot of good things in our neighborhood, and I don't want to lose that goodwill and the success that we've built. So we have a lot of open space and large private parcels in our neighborhood. Sometimes the requirements for what will work best there is different than in a place like Sleepy Hollow, where everybody's got a small lot and they need to treat the entire lot. But I'm hopeful that we can negotiate with the fire district, and by crossing property lines, having neighbors working together, we can pick sensible places to put the fire breaks instead of just saying every property line gets a fire break, which with undeveloped parcels is not always the best location. So I just wanted to come tonight and communicate that the chainsaws and the weed eaters are going day and night. People are really buckling down. Some of the stuff was way overdue and had to be done. The evacuation route on Minor Road is looking so much better, and that's a top priority. But at the same time, we're having a big effect on the landscape.
And that concludes our 3 minutes.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
And I hope somebody's looking after that. I'd like to help. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
We have one hand raised. Naru.
Hi,
Hi, can you pronounce your last name for me?
my last name is pronounced Oberoi, and my first name is pronounced Niru.
Thank you.
Thank you. I first want to say, well said, Sandy. I appreciate the calmness and the reasonability of her thinking and passing on those ideas that we've all been discussing back and forth. Period. I've lived in Orinda for 20 years, I think, and I don't think I've ever surfaced anywhere. And all of a sudden, I'm in a space where there's a lot going on that I am fearing a little bit. And I also want to say that 2 or 3 years ago, I think, the fire chief came over to our house as well. I'm on Gardner Court, and we talked about fire abatement issues, and fire safety is number one. It is not to be delineated to anything else. But in my opinion, fire safety has also got to be about common sense, common application of rules that pertain to everybody alike and maybe slightly different. For example, I'm very happy to tell you something quite personal. I've had 3 estimates on my property, and the lowest one came in at $12,000. One guy refused to do that job at all. He said it's too, the terrain is too rough on him. Now, I'm an older person, and I'm not poor, and I'm not crying that, but I feel that an unanticipated occurrence of such a huge amount coming all of a sudden is very abrupt and jarring. And for a person like me, I'm battling a lot of different issues. And Sandy is right. People are losing sleep at night, no matter how well off you are. We all have kids who are unemployed, or moms and dads who live with us, other responsibilities that are intensive on the dollar front. Not to mention, each one of us, like I'm paying $8,000 a year just for my fire insurance. I've been his customer for the last 20 years. And so that's one thing I want to say and leave it up into your good hands. I'm going to apply for a modification that is based more on reasonableness and effectiveness of this process. And the other thing I'd like to remind you guys, and I am nobody to do that, but please forgive my bravery. We have the same terrain as Walnut Creek, as Lafayette, as San Ramon, as Danville. And these are large pieces of land that are affected by the same kind of affliction that we might face. So I want to say that this kind of policy should have been thought out a little bit better than it was, because it's making me panic and my blood pressure is really high. Yes, darling, you want me to quit? I'm so sorry.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
We have another hand raised. Mark Evans. And before I unmute Mark Evans, we did receive written public comment from Mr. Evans and Rob Schroeder and Steve Hoyt, updating the status of the Fire Safe nonprofit organization. That
Okay.
written comment was forwarded to the directors. Mark Evans.
Hey, good evening. Thanks for a few minutes of your time. Yes, we did send some information to the board regarding the Fire Safe Moraga-Orinda nonprofit that we've recently had incorporated. And I am working together with Steve Hoyt from Camp Olinda, Rob Schroeder from Sleepy Hollow. As I think many of you know, I'm in the greater Monte Vista neighborhood, also the chair for Orinda Firewise Council. So what we'd like to bring to your attention today, because there has been some understanding about this potential nonprofit, it is in place now. Specifically, I'd like to request you consider putting a member of our future board of directors representing Moraga-Orinda Fire District. And one of our, maybe just step back real quick for everyone. The purpose of this Fire Safe group is to help residents within the Moraga-Orinda Fire Protection District prepare for and respond to the effects of the wildfire. So the reason we're requesting some representation from the fire district is we feel that's we're trying to complement your efforts and support your efforts, as well as appreciate knowledge and guidance that your district might provide this nonprofit. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'm available now or at a future date. Thank you.
That concludes our public comment, and we do not have any more written public comment.
Appreciate your comments, all of them. Okay. We'll
Item
then move to item 7, public hearing.
The second reading and adoption of ordinance 2306, a Moraga-Orinda Fire District of Contra Costa County, California, declaring certain hazardous vegetation and combustible material a public nuisance and providing for abatement and or removal thereof, and finding that adoption of this ordinance is exempt from the California Environmental Code.
Good evening, directors. The item before you tonight is the second reading and adoption of ordinance 2306. This is a cleanup item that we discussed at last month's meeting to create a process for the district to abate parcels with district funds if we needed to. Since we removed ordinance or created ordinance 2303 and 2304, moving stuff out of the fire code, this ordinance allows us to have an abatement process. Happy to answer any questions that the directors may have.
Are there any comments or questions? Guess not. Thank you. Would
When it says we're supposed to waive the second reading, do we have to have a vote on that? Is that the deal?
motion?
A motion? Yeah, public comments?
With regard to the motion would be to adopt, and part of the adoption would be the way of the second full reading, but from a from sequencing standpoint, having opened the hearing, now would be time for preliminary board comments and public comment.
And we have one hand raised. Oh, I'm sorry.
Are there any discussion?
Any discussion? I think there's no.
We thoroughly discussed this at the last meeting, so I
Yeah.
have nothing more to add.
Nothing.
So we will now open public comment.
Public comment for
Miss,
Hi. Can you hear me?
yes.
Yeah, so I appreciate the adoption of that item that you guys just spoke about. It's valid, it's great, but it's so open-ended. My basic purpose of attending today is how do I navigate this to fit me, my neighborhood, and doing that. And you guys are, like, I feel like operating on a level of policy, but not on implementation. You guys, I don't know. I talked to the young lady from your fire department. She came over to explain to me about the parcel, and she was talking about oh, well, if you can't afford it, you can apply for aid. And I was like, okay, $600 in the face of $12,000. Come on. So I don't know about adoption and all, and I'm all for you guys. I think that this is the best thing we could do, but there's got to be more solid and practical implementation from you guys. Nobody has assured me or Sandy about any of that. You guys are conducting your business on a platform that kind of is not addressing at least my concerns of fear and, feeling like, oh gosh, this is out of control. Period. Thank you.
Well, I guess I would have a question about that, if that's okay. So, Ms. Oberoi, is it that it's a significant financial burden all at once? Is that the issue that you're having? Or is it the concept of what needs to be done in general? In other words, is it only the
so
cost?
I can't tell who I'm talking to. Can
Oh,
you
this
wait?
is Craig Jorgens. I'm sorry, I'm one of the.
So I can see you? All right, great, Craig. No, so my issue's on a few fronts. My issue is on the front of the sudden onset of rules that are applied universally in a space like this neighborhood where Sandy said, we have smaller parcels, larger parcels, and really large parcels of land. There should be some consistency in how to handle that. The second thing is, yes, I am worried about $12,000 coming right up and staring at me. I think anybody else would do. I don't care how much assets you have. If you are a prudent person and you watch what you do care about that. And the third thing is that I know that the animals around here are really suffering because they have been exposed to no shelters, right? And like in my backyard the other day, I had 2 coyotes who were like looking at my little dog for dinner. And several days ago, one of the neighbors sent a bobcat over. These are items that are occurring because these animals are losing their natural habitat. And so, I mean, I need for balance. I'm going to apply for a modification and have you guys talk to me about that. But just generally speaking, I feel that why is it that Lafayette is good with the 30 feet around? What is different about them? There are neighbors.
Let the chief respond, but the answer is 100 feet is safer than 30 feet and 30 feet. And I believe we did the work to understand what a reasonable amount is on large parcels and what is the most effective enough to make us safer. The objective, of course, is to make the community safe. And even though we are passing this as a new ordinance instead of our original fire code, I believe that the vast majority of it is the same as the prior fire code was. We're just calling it an ordinance. We're changing the name basically and the form of I should let the chief say all of this, but it's the same rules that we had before. We're just calling it something different for other reasons. So it isn't like we have new rules.
Yes, sir, that's correct. It's just the location. They were previously included in section 325.623 of the California Fire Code, our local amendments. Based on the concerns raised by the East Bay Regional Park District that they were inappropriate to be in the fire code, they were extracted and placed in ordinance form. However, with regard to 2303 and now 2306, the substance is unchanged. For 2304, previously now 2307, there was a change that previously parcels of greater than 1 but less than 5 acres required 30 feet of perimeter fuel break, and now it's a blanket 100-foot fuel break on any parcel greater than 1 acre, which is consistent with the fire science having to do with not only rates of spread, but fire line intensity that increases with distance. That said, for residents, and we certainly have had several developments where they developed a fire plan, which in under a fire plan, if the research and the modeling is done specific to that property that can show that there are alternate means that would achieve the same effect, that would be something the fire district would review, and we have no opposition to approving those. However, in the absence of a site-specific fire plan and the associated modeling, the 100-foot blanket requirement for perimeter fuel breaks and the 100 feet of defensible space around structures is consistent with the best science from NIST and IBHS that we previously shared with the board for how we can reduce the probability of large-scale wildfire loss, which obviously then is associated with maintenance of our community, access and affordability of insurance, and obviously maintenance and protection of the natural landscape as well.
Do we have any other comment?
Jackson, this is Director Danziger. I would also tell any citizens here who are having these type of issues, and if you haven't done so, to reach out to our fire prevention unit. Our fire marshal is here today. I think the district will go out of their way to work with you. Set up a schedule as long as we see that the work is being done. I think they're willing to work with you on a plan. So, I would just suggest reaching out to the fire prevention unit.
And a lot of the things that are required, at least the majority of the work happens once. It doesn't necessarily, yes, you have to have the work done, 100 feet all the way around every year, but a lot of the big things you cut down only have to get cut down once. And the next year, usually it's weed eater kind of things versus, chainsaw kinds of things. So it's a lot more expensive the first year to do these things.
Do we have any other comments?
We do not have any written public comment. We have raising her hand to make more comment.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi. Thank you, Fire Chief, for that wonderful explanation, and I do appreciate it. And to the gentleman who was just speaking just now about reaching out, I certainly will, and I'm so grateful that at least there was this kind of language in it. And I was, okay, I've registered my main concerns. I think that in Orinda, we can't, I don't know how many people can afford such huge expenses. I'm really, really upset about that. And there is no other alternative to it. For example, there is nothing we can tap to that can help us to mitigate these issues. While some of us have helped through the county because their homes are on, I don't know, protected land, like, these people who live on my neighborhood. What is their name? I forget. Jaffas, I think. And so their thing is cut down by different, by, I guess, local government or somebody. I'm not so up to breast on these things. However, a lot of us have to just take care of this ourselves. And while we do take care of the big trees and such, and you are right, it will be just once, but there is going to be growth continuously all the time. And it's really hard to get someone to help you too. And, all these guys are just like enjoying making hay because they can right now and charging such high prices. But I will reach out to you guys. And thank you so much for listening to me. I appreciate it.
And I believe the fire district has a list of vendors that they have had reasonable luck with. Not that we recommend any per se, but at least we have ones that we have had that we think are reasonable and are well-trained. And so please, contact the fire district or look at their website to get a list of those other vendors too, because you're right, there are people certainly that are taking advantage of the season and the fire code that we have. And so do shop.
And that concludes our public comment. Questions, discussion, proposed action by the board?
This would be action by the board would to waive the required second reading
And approve this.
and approve.
And adopt.
I'll make a motion I'll make a motion to waive the second hearing of ordinance 2306 and to adopt the ordinance 2306 as stated in the staff report.
Second.
Moved by Danziger, seconded by Jorgens. So we'll now take public comment on the motion. We do not have any hands raised. We've not received written public comment.
Okay.
And so now we will close the hearing. Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Hassler.
Aye.
Director Jorgens.
Aye.
Director Bromer,
Aye.
President Jex.
Aye.
Item 7.2, second reading and adoption of 2307, an ordinance of the Moraga-Orinda Fire District of Contra Costa County, California, repealing ordinance 21-01, an ordinance adopting administrative citation program and adopting an amended administrative citation program and finding that adoption of the ordinance is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Good evening, directors. Item 2307 is an ordinance to repeal 2101, our previous citation ordinance. After much discussion last month and explaining that in the 3 years we've had our previous, or 2 years we've had the previous citation, we found there were some areas that needed some cleanup. So changes to the new ordinance make clear that no pre-citation notice is required for violations that constitute an immediate danger to health and safety, provides that no citation notice is required if the fire official issued an administrative citation to the responsible person for a violation of the code in the immediate preceding calendar year and make responsible person and the responsible person has violated the same provision. So that is if we go out this year and we see violation A and we come back next year and violation A is still there, we don't have to issue the 30-day pre-citation notice. We can continue with the process where we left off. The ordinance will also make explicit that each day the violation occurs constitutes a separate violation. While the district is not required to fine a person for each day of the violation, this reserves to the district the ability to do so in certain circumstances. And it also has the CEQA findings, finds that the adoption of the ordinance is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. Happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
This Director Danziger, I have a question. It might be for council. So we have another item on tonight's agenda, which is 10.7 that I think relates to this ordinance. So my question is, if we pass this ordinance, can we amend it later?
No, Chief is saying it doesn't need to be in the ordinance published, but
Oh.
the strict answer to your question, is yes, you can always.
We could, so we could pass it and just make a change later on. Okay.
Any other comments by the board? Hearing will open then. Any comments by the board? Any public comments or testimony?
So we've opened public comment. We do not have any hands raised. We've not received written public comment.
Any other questions? Propose action by the board then?
So we're ready for a motion.
I'll make a motion. I'd make a motion to waive the second reading of ordinance 2307 and to adopt ordinance 2307 as stated in item 7.2.
Second.
Moved by
Any
Danziger.
public
seconded by-
comments on the proposed motion? Close the hearing then and take action.
So we have no public comment. Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Hassler.
Aye.
Director Jorgen.
Aye.
Director Romer.
Aye.
President Jack.
Aye.
Item 8.1, brief information, only reports related to meetings attended by a director at district expense. None. Questions and informational comments from board members and staff?
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
This Director
Steve?
Danziger. I do have just, under this item, I just wanted to bring up a couple of items. Kind of informational comments, I guess I'd call it. In the past, we have had resolutions regarding Juneteenth. We had one last year. And this year, we didn't have one. It was just, I want to apologize for not suggesting that we have one previous month, but Juneteenth was the 19th of June. It's been recognized as a federal holiday in 2021. And also many other government jurisdictions, including the city of Orinda, do recognize Juneteenth as a holiday. Commemorates the end of slavery in this country. It stands for the fundamental principles of freedom, dignity, opportunity, and equality for all people. And the district is certainly committed to those principles. And I just want to acknowledge that this is Juneteenth was this month. Additionally, June is Pride Month. And many jurisdictions, all local town, Moraga, as well as the city of Orinda, are flying the Pride flag. I think now more than ever, it's important for all governmental agencies like MOFD to show support for our residents and to stand in opposition to intolerance that we're seeing a lot more in this country. And this month we celebrate and recognize a diverse community and promote a healthy, safe, and supportive environment for everyone. And so within our organization and for all those that are in need of our service and the community as a whole, I just want to acknowledge that that this is Pride Month, and personally I support it, and the other directors speak for themselves. And I plan next year at least to ask for resolutions to support both of these in June. Thank you.
Any other comments? Get your comments too. Okay, communications received.
There were no communications received.
Okay, then we'll move to the fire chief's update.
Evening, directors. We'll start with the finance report.
Good evening, directors. We'll have a brief finance report. I will start with strike team reimbursement. The strike team receivable for 2022-23 to date is $1.1 million. We have received in payments approximately $1 million. So there is $99,938 outstanding at this point. Invoices have been received for the majority of the outstanding receivable. And once we receive an invoice, it means that payment is in process. So we've received invoices for all but 2 strike team assignments at this point. Next slide, please.
Question on that. This is Director Jex. That was the same balance that was on the list last month. For there was some reason that's not been paid. The strike team activity was some time ago.
The latest ones that we are talking about here were in March. And typically it does take a while for payments to be received. As I said, we've received invoices and approved the invoices. And that means that OES has approved the F-42s and that payment is in process. But it's just a matter, it's a timing issue as to when those payments are actually received.
As a reminder, sir, these are from flood activity this winter. These are not held over from last year's wildfire season.
Oh,
This is recent. This is activity from the winter and spring associated with flood deployments.
okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
Well-
these are primarily from January and March, or they're all from January and March, the outstanding receivable. Other items, interim audit reports have been submitted for fiscal year 23 for the audit, and the interim audit is scheduled for the week of July 17th. We have a $3 million treasury bill maturing tomorrow on June 22nd. And the district plans to buy another security and another 90-day treasury bill, $3 million with a yield of 5.17%. With this $3 million reinvestment, we still have a 90-day T-bill of $5 million that matures on July 25th. We have a total of $8 million in treasury bill investments.
So this is Director Jorgen. So how much are we earning on those in the 90 days versus what we would have been getting if we stuck with Contra Costa's program?
I will defer to Glorianne, but I believe that the LAIF investment is averaging around 2% right now. And we are using the investment in LAIF primarily to fund payroll and accounts payable in the upcoming months.
So we have $5 million that's earning an extra 3 points a month. The three
Correct.
a year.
It's $8 million, $8 million.
What's
We have
that?
8 million, right? We have this $3 million that just matured and we're going to buy another one on Friday. And then we have a whole separate T-bill that's $5 million. So we have $8 million that we're using to buy these government securities.
$240,000.
Per year. Yeah, okay.
This is Director Jex. I think in the 1st of September, there's a very large payment. We're taking that into consideration in terms of reinvesting.
Yes, sir. We're monitoring cash on hand and expected inflows and outflows and ensuring that we have a significant buffer beyond our anticipated low point during the investment period, which is one of the reasons that we're using the 3-month option versus a longer maturing securities.
Okay, thanks.
They're also incredibly liquid. You don't get a discount when you sell them early or pay a penalty. It's,
Okay, the fire flow tax calculation is in process and will be submitted to the county in July for inclusion on the property tax rolls. And that concludes my report unless there are any questions.
Next, we'll have the human resources report.
Good evening, directors. Tonight I have my human resources update. So first off is a recruitment update. So the firefighter paramedic trainee recruitment. So we have concluded our oral board interviews, and out of that we had eight candidates that are going through to the EMS evaluation, which will occur on this next Monday, on June 26th. And then out of that, we'll find out after that who will be moving forward. And then for the fire captain paramedic promotional recruitment, we had that happen. And so we did have a eligibility list come out of that. And then we had a fuels mitigation specialist that was grant funded, and we hired Frank Magellan under the employment changes. He started on 5/22/23. And then our project coordinator, the limited term position for the Tunnel East Bay Hills Fuel Break Project, he will be starting in the beginning of July. And unless there are any questions, that's all I have.
So for that project coordinator position, we've offered and they've accepted?
Yes, yeah. So he's been through the background investigation and everything.
Can you tell us who it is?
Yes, his name is Mike Jarsky, and he is a former CAL FIRE employee.
I'm just curious, the fire captain paramedic. So is that I thought that I'm probably wrong, but I thought fire captains aren't required to be paramedics. So Is that true? Am I wrong by that? They have to be?
They're
we
not.
have- do we have
So we have a
paramedic and
fire
non-
captain, paramedic. It just happens to be that all 4 people who participated and passed it are paramedics.
Yeah, okay, so, but captains aren't required to be paramedics, right? Okay, got it. So when they're promoted, are they being hired as a fire captain paramedic? They have to keep.
Yes,
their-
sir. This should technically say fire captain / fire captain paramedic promotional exam. But
Okay.
when they're our primary paramedics are firefighters. And obviously it's preferable for the captain not to be the primary paramedic. We have 2 classes of captain paramedic, paramedic 1s, paramedic 2s.
Mhm.
And depending on who the person is, they typically fill paramedic 2. And if they were an EMT, of which we have a very small number of EMTs, we haven't hired EMTs in many years. But if an EMT firefighter or engineer promoted, then they would just promote into fire captain, vice paramedic.
Got it.
Mm.
Okay. So just one more question. So when they're a fire captain paramedic, do they have an option to not become to just let their certification lapse and not be paramedics anymore?
They could.
They could. Okay. One more question. Can a fire captain paramedic work lower class?
Yes, people can work out of class. We do that regularly. It's associated obviously with whether they're a paramedic, but when we fill vacancies voluntarily in class, voluntarily out of class, and then mandatory in class would be the sequence.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have the fire marshal report.
Good evening, directors. Fire marshal report for the month of May. Fire prevention staff was extremely busy. We spent the month doing roadside evaluations and inspections and the large parcel inspections. Starting June 5th, we did transition to the smaller parcels and private parcels for our exterior hazard abatement inspections. Still receiving a tremendous amount of phone calls, questions, receiving a lot of complaints. We also did 174 property transfer inspections. 43 of those have passed, 131 have failed. And again, it's mostly due to the 2-foot non-combustible zone. For the month of May, 309 assessments. Again, that was the roadside and the large parcel. 232 passed, 77 failed. We were able to close 602 cases. We have 385 open. We've issued 77 pre-citations, 21 citations, 20 for exterior hazard abatement, and 1 other fire code violation. Our e-occupancy with our new inspector plans examiner, I sat down with him and got him working on a letter. So we have sent letters to all the schools within the fire district explaining that we will be doing our e-occupancy inspections in September. We're giving them an opportunity to come to us and schedule a date and time that works best for them. In the letter, we also sent them our checkoff sheet, the inspection form that we're going to use so they can pre-do their campuses and be ready for our inspections. Our chipping, we have transitioned out of chipping to our inspections, but we did loan our chipper to City of Orinda. Theirs went in for service. So they used it 3 days last week and a couple days this week. Confire Crew 12 has reached out to us for a County Measure X funded project in Moraga. They're asking to use our truck and chipper, so we will make it available to them. Still working on current projects, inspections, property transfers, the re-inspections, prescribed fire projects, while we're still in the burn window. We have a young staff. We have all new inspectors this season, so it's taken a lot of time for Fuels Mitigation Manager Gordon Graham and myself. We're doing a lot of follow-up, a lot of education with our staff as well as the homeowners. Next slide, please, Marcia. You can see the violations. The 15-foot is still the number 1, again, because the month of May was focused on the roadside evacuation. Zone 0, that 2-foot non-combustible zone being in second place. Next month, we're going to see those switch. The 2-foot non-combustible zone is the biggest violation we're seeing so far in the month of June as we're going out and inspecting these parcels. Next slide, please, Marcia.
I'm gonna bring up the map.
And directors, here you see a new tool put together by engineer Steve Rogness, who we previously talked about. As we have invested in developing him as a GIS tech to include facilitating getting him out on a number of wildland incidents where he was able to progress through the sequence of becoming a qualified GISS. So he's working with cutting edge stuff deployed using other people's equipment and brought a lot of that experience back to us. The map you see here of North Orinda, this shows the areas that have been identified for inspections this year. We're trying to move beyond the last several years where we were focused primarily on roadside. This year, there's selected neighborhoods that were selected in alignment with the confluence of topography, weather, and fuels that we believe these represent the fire pathways into our community from the surrounding watershed areas. On the map, purple represent parcels with a structure that can be inspected. Green represents inspected and passed. Red represent inspected and failed. Of note, in Sleepy Hollow is an example where you see an awful lot of red. Almost all of those were for pulling back mulch within 2 feet of the structure. So low cost, high impact, really an education piece in play there, where we see the potential for outsized impacts to reduce that community's exposure to wildfire. And in doing that, providing downstream benefits to the Manzanita neighborhood and reducing the potential for wildfire impacts on the single evacuation route out of Sleepy Hollow, Bear Ridge, and the Downs. In yellow are scheduled but not yet inspected, that being the Downs, where the crew will begin working next week. You scroll down to the south, please, Marcia. We have Orinda Woods, more follow-up there. That's a community with established firewise. We've been doing quite a bit of work. Very concerned about a roadside start moving up off of the freeway to those parcels on the southern side, as well as if you look to the north and west of there, between Lake Cascade and the fairways of the country club, Orinda Woods is a logical extension of that interruption of fire. If we were to experience a large scale wildfire, as we would seek to slow its spread and intensity as it approaches Highway 24, which is the last logical place to make a stand before fire would enter into the southern parts of the community. We also have done work on the northern end of Glorieta, right there as we transition both to the north into Lafayette, outside of our jurisdiction, where we don't have any ability to control the wildfire risk there in the presence of receptive fuel beds and combustive fuels, as well as to the east, where we're always concerned about a fire emanating up out of the Lafayette Reservoir. That's picked up over in Camp Alindo, where Steve Hoyt and the team of the Firewise neighborhood there have done a tremendous job of organizing the neighborhood over the last several years. And have consumed a significant number of chipper days, which we're happy to provide. This is to follow up to confirm the degree that work has been done and maintained, and address some outlying residents in the area who have not participated in the voluntary elements of this. And then you also see over there along Bossier Ranch, approaching the western side of the Wilder development, a neighborhood that was selected due to its proximity to the large open spaces that have the potential to carry fire up and out of Wilder through some of the southern portions of Wilder, and then move out of the district's western edge into the city of Oakland in what could have the potential to mimic the tunnel fire from 1991. And then lastly, we have one neighborhood down there in Moraga that's been identified due to its proximity to large open areas, undeveloped parcels along Moraga Road, where we're very concerned about a fire similar to the one that burned in 1988. In June of 1988 in Lost Valley, where a relatively small fire moved rapidly through light flashy fuels, a grass fuel model, and 5 structures were lost. All the conditions that allowed that fire to move with the speed that outpaced the response in 1988 are present along that bowl, that micro area there. So that was selected as an additional area for inspections. And then down to the right again, please, Marcia. And then in Bollinger, we're always very concerned about, in Sanders Ranch, we're very concerned about a repeat of the Merrill Circle fire from 2019 due to the presence of the large grass areas to the north of Sanders. That's been an area that's targeted. It's also an outlying area, one way in, one way out. So it'll be difficult to get residents out and for us to get in, as we experienced during the Merrill Circle fire. And they have established FireWise Group. So this was seen as a good opportunity to leverage the organizational work they have done, as well as the fact that there is an HOA that has responsibilities for the common areas. So that some education and enforcement, we believe, can have outsized impacts in those areas. These areas constitute the inspection plan for this year, as we've done in years past, having started with the roadside and the large parcels. We are focusing on these neighborhoods. Then once we've completed the initial inspections on these neighborhoods, it is likely we'll be back to doing the 30-day follow-up on the roadsides and large parcels, as well as some of the government landowners and the surrounding open spaces outside the city and town limits. Upon completion of those, which is anticipated to be by late July, then we'll turn to on complaints received, which are typically not concentrated. And one of the challenges we have, especially in the residential areas of the district, compliance on a single parcel is unlikely to impact fire spread. It needs to be a concentration of parcels, typically for parcels less than an acre. It's about 100 parcels in moderate and high structure separation distance areas. We need to see at least 85% compliance across a pixel of at least 100 homes, give or take, before it starts to become actuarially significant, represents a change in the potential for fire spread in the semi-empirical mathematical models we use to derive these maps. With that, I'd hand it back to the fire marshal, or any questions the board may have.
What are the numbers on each parcel?
I believe those are the addresses.
Oh, it is? Okay.
So this, just lastly, once again, to sing Ragi's praises, this is a really helpful tool that the board has certainly asked about this in the past, the ability to visualize not only where we are inspecting, but the results. And we look forward to many of these parcels turning green in the near future as those 2 foot get raked back, et cetera. And that this will then form the basis of an update to the CWPP, the maps that are included as annexes to the CWPP. And from this, we will springboard to next year's inspection process in the areas that build upon the work done this year, while sending all of these folks notes and engaging through the various neighborhood organizations, reminding folks of the need to maintain the work they did this year. As previously discussed, the initial entry can be a major lift. Maintenance is typically not nearly as difficult. And so maintaining these so that we can then move our inspection and outreach and education efforts to other parts of the community, so that we can move forward towards our shared desire of becoming a fire adapted, fire resilient community with a reduced probability of wildfire loss.
So, question. So this obviously relates directly to the comments we've gotten from several people, here and on the phone. And, there's a lot of red up there, some of which I assume is, like you said, most of it's the 2 foot stuff, which is not expensive to fix. It's the trees that are out in your, the back 40 you never go visit that are expensive. And the brush that's out in a large parcel, I'm going to assume that is what is expensive, or dead trees. So do we have other than doing these things, it sounds like they aren't going to necessarily be, a handful of one-offs. There might be a bunch of, individual people that ask for exceptions. Do we have a philosophy about how we deal with that?
Yes, sir. The fire code is the minimum, not the beginning of a negotiation. So the fire code minimums are what are required for fire safety. If there is a reason that if there are practical reasons that compliance with the fire code cannot be done, there have been examples of something that's a darn near a sheer cliff. There's a practical difficulty to approving the modification, but from the fire code and mentioned in the ordinances, the practical effect of the modification cannot reduce fire safety. And so the fire code does not account for the cost of the work or the inconvenience of the work or the change in what has previously been in place on that parcel. And I think it's very important to note that there's a network effect to how fire will spread through our community. And the actions taken on one parcel not only affect the survivability of the structure and the residents of that parcel, but they affect the survivability of the related and surrounding structures. And so modifications typically are approved based on extension of time. That there's a lot of work to be done. I understand what needs to be done. I'm committed to doing the work. However, I need more time. And that, as Director Danziger referred to before, we regularly approve multi-year plans for large complex parcels, but we rarely approve modification requests that lessen the effect of the requirements by saying that it is okay to leave non-compliant vegetation in place. Those are typically not approved.
Long term, you mean, in other words, to not leave it in place long term.
Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. So from a time component, we I struggle to think of any modification request for an extension that we haven't approved where the resident understands and acknowledges the requirement to complete the work. Simply because if the work's going to get done, there's a pace at which it can get done. As long as that is reasonable, it's not in perpetuity. We always approve those. We're very quick to approve extensions simply because it is not beneficial to the resident, to the district, or to the community that we all spend time arguing over the speed of agreed upon work. And so we regularly approve those. However, as I said, we do not regularly approve requests for modification that do not align with the requirements of the ordinance and the code.
So that seems to be in concert with the fireways community concept, for example, where you have a plan that's a 3 or 5 year plan, and over that period of time, you will get all those things done, but it doesn't all happen the first year. So that it's at least, consistent with that kind of a concept.
Yes, sir. And I also think there's another element to this as well, which speaks to this is now our 6th season of being very focused on this issue, and the requirements. There have been minor adjustments aligned with emerging fire science. However, the requirements are largely unchanged over those 6 years. And so there is an element of ensuring that we continue to move forward on our goal of making our community fire adapted and really returning it to the natural state of a fire prone, fire dependent environment in which we live. The current state is not its natural state and is inconsistent with fire safety. And we look forward to expanding the neighborhoods that have taken on this work and have completed it, expanding those pockets to other areas in a manner that would set conditions to effectively and successfully prevent a wildfire from transitioning from the surrounding watershed and parklands into the built environment.
Just one other comment, because I think there was a lot of rationale for why you picked the particular communities. Do you want to share that with people?
Yes, sir. Marcia, would you scroll to the north, please? Thank you. So there's a couple of things here. Just one, another 500 meters to the north, please. Great. So thank you, Marcia. So we can see we have some benefits of topography that work with us, namely the reservoirs. So the Briones Reservoir, for our purposes, is a fire break, an area that will not burn, distinct from a fuel break, which is an area of modified vegetation. And so if we look at the potential for a fire coming off of the Briones watershed, fire does not burn across lakes. Now, ember cast can occur, but that's why it's so important that things such as the 2-foot non-combustible and the removing of receptive fuel beds will protect the community from fire spread. However, if we look to the east, where it says Briones Valley, there we don't have the benefit of the lake nor the reservoir. And so there's a potential for high intensity, fast moving fire to come out of those brush and timber covered lands that define the Briones Park in contrast to the watershed on the western side of Bear Creek Road. So that the downs itself, and we've done an awful lot of work up on Orinda View there, those 14 homes, the downs itself becomes a buffer for fire spreading off of the parklands to the northeast. As well, that because of that large topographic uplift at Orinda View, we've talked about before, there's both the ground component of fire, which you could think of, if we were thinking from a snow analogy, would be an avalanche fire. And then there's 3-dimensional ember cast, which we would think of in this case as a blizzard of embers. And those embers are unlikely to fly forever. They fall out of solution, if you will. And the eddying effect of wind, turbulent wind eddying on the south side of the high ground where Orinda View is located will cause significant amounts of embers to fall out of solution and land not only across the downs where they'll be falling out, but also there's a good chance that wind will touch back down in those neighborhoods shown in red along the northern section of Minor there. Those areas will be experiencing full value winds out of the northeast in a Babel wind event, carrying many embers. And as was mentioned earlier, that area is characterized by a number of very large undeveloped parcels where if fire becomes established there, running up that north-facing slope where we'll have topography and weather will be in alignment, it will simply be impossible to make a stand to stop that fire anywhere to the north of Highway 24. There's very poor access. There's not great water supply, continuous fuel beds, and there's simply no topographic features that support making a stand because of the alignment of topography and weather. So that area was selected to build upon the good work that we see being done in the downs to create a thick buffer or area with modified fuels and hardened homes that would be less likely to support fire spread. Similar idea applies, but with slightly different dynamics on the Sleepy Hollow neighborhood, where the large topographic feature of Bear Ridge extending down there to essentially in line with the Briones Dam, that's going to cause wind coming out of the northeast to wrap around in alignment with the topography there. So the wind will wrap and shoot up that valley coming out of Sleepy Hollow School through the Sleepy Hollow neighborhood. That's why that neighborhood is selected. Furthermore, if that neighborhood becomes involved, that will close Minor Road right just to the north of the Lombardy Minor split. It belongs to state, which means that the approximately 1,550 homes that need to drain through Lombardy and Minor will find their primary sole evacuation route for Sleepy Hollow, Bear Ridge, and the Downs, and primary evacuation route for most of those homes on Minor will find that route closed. There simply is not another option to get them out. And then I previously discussed the rationale on the other neighborhoods.
So a lot of green right there is a good thing.
It's phenomenal. And that's a result. The teams, I think this is the third year we've been out there in force, and folks have definitely picked up the rakes and the shears and the saws and done a lot of good work. That becomes a block of homes through which it is unlikely fire will spread. It's particularly helpful as well that is in that location that's present, because there is very, very poor access to that location with an extended one-way road and at least one historic structure up there. And then if you look at 10 Minor, the Longs Estate, having that big block of compliant, they've done very good work to reduce the probability of fire spread through there. You can visualize how, if that doesn't burn, the ripple effect or the network effect of fire spreading through there to areas to the south is interrupted. And that goes a very long way to protecting that intersection from the effects of fire coming off of that particular parcel, which then has outsized impacts on the community's ability to execute an evacuation.
So to make that really simple, you basically started in the north part of Orinda where the fire was most likely to come from and are working your way south.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. And that's in alignment with the maps that are included in as an annex to our CWPP, where we worked all of those factors in and ran them through models to confirm our assumptions about wildfire spread.
Great.
Yes,
You're finding a lot fewer dead trees.
yes, sir. We are encountering a lot of dead trees, standing dead.
Still on.
Yes, sir. And trees that are on the ground dead as well. So both conditions, standing and on the ground. Directors, that's all I had for my report. Happy to answer any other questions that you may have.
Thank you.
Are you not talking about the home hardening part?
It comes up next on the
Oh, okay,
agenda.
so it's separate. Okay,
I think Chief's got that one.
gotcha, okay.
And so we do have one chat message and we have one hand raised, and we typically will open the public comment after all the announcements are made. I'm going to go back to my presentation.
So directors, as requested, the home hardening grant program, we've purchased significant quantities of mesh. We've seen very low participation in the cash reimbursement for residents who have done the work themselves. We have, I would say, 2/3 of the mesh we purchased still on hand. We purchased that particularly large quantity due to the shipping was essentially 75 cents of shipping for every $1 of item purchased when we purchased in small quantities. We bought bulk, which was drop shipped directly from the manufacturer in China, and picked it up at the Port of San Francisco and our stateside. So we were able to take advantage of some economies of scale there. And as a result of that, we have enough mesh probably to get us through the year. We've entertained several requests from surrounding fire safe councils who are interested in purchasing a smaller amount of mesh, which we'll process at cost to help encourage adoption of this on the theory that we all do better, particularly from an insurance standpoint, if fewer homes burned. We're moving forward with the bulk purchase direct from the manufacturer of gutter guards. That'll be executed on July 1st in the new FY to ship it. Once again, on that, we purchased enough that we paid wholesale distributor prices on that. As soon as that's received, we'll broadcast that. We did test applications on, I believe, 3 homes Dennis Rain oversaw. Feedback was outstanding. It's good stuff. People like it. It works on both the 4, I think, on both the 5 and the 6-inch standard gutters. So it's a universal application.
And how much did we spend on that? Or
We haven't yet. I don't know the number off the top of my head, but during the mid-year, we gave back a significant amount of adjusted the budget for this item at the mid-year. And so it'll roll over to July 1st when the new budget goes into effect. Happy to answer any other questions about the home hardening program.
So you had a question. So I guess my theory on this is that, now that we're doing all these nice, red inspections, and a lot of those people, this is another thing they can do to help their, in addition to cleaning up the brush and the grass and the trees and things. This is another way to make their houses safer, is that we will give away all the wire you need to do your entire house. So it's literally a free program. And the same thing with the gutters. There isn't a dollar cap or anything. So your entire house gets free wire for the vents and free gutter guards. So that's at least something we're trying to give back to the community, in addition to, giving you the citation that says you have to go cut a bunch of stuff down. And I think there's going to be a lot more implementation of those things as we're interacting more with the people that we're giving the pre-citations to and the citations to, and we're having people out there talking to the community. I think that we can send out all the flyers you want, but people don't read them. Like it or not, they just don't. Because people are busy, but once they actually are interacting with us, there's going to be a lot more take up of these kinds of things.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. As a fire adaptive community ambassador, when I go and do my assessments, I bring out I have a gutter guard and some vent material, and I've probably done maybe a dozen assessments so far, and none of the homeowners that I spoke to knew about the program.
Exactly.
And everyone I told, wrote it down or used a code to, they said they were going to order it. So I think you're right. As the word gets out and we get more ambassadors out there talking about it, I think we're going to get more people interested.
Because this is really our first season. We've done a lot of the roadside work in the past, and I think people did a good job of doing that, but that was a long way from their house in most cases. And so I think now that it's really gotten more personal and people know that they have to, the 2 foot out, 1 foot up thing, I think is going to impact basically every single house. I know it impacted mine very dramatically. Not in a horrible way, but you had to do stuff. And I think the more you interact with people versus, cut your trees that overhang the road by 15, up 15 feet, that's simple. And I think there are going to be a lot more people that are much more aware what the rules are this year than there have been in the past. A lot more. It's good.
Yeah,
in multiple ways, I hope.
Any other questions? We'll move to the Tunnel East Bay Hills Fuel Bank project. So we've completed the environmental review. Our project has been submitted to the Cal VTP, was confirmed accepted today by Cal Fire. That is a 30-day review process. So we anticipate having that back 30 days from now. That'll align with onboarding the project coordinator. We have work units that are ready to go due to the late nature of the rains and so forth. Some of those areas are just becoming trafficable as the fire roads dry out. We can get in there. And so we anticipate actual work beginning in mid-July and proceeding through the summer. It is forecast for an early onset of rains, which we'll schedule to work around that, obviously weather dependent. But the fuel break project will be underway with environmental compliance by July, which we're very excited about. We'll also be able to lean in if there's some delay with Cal VTP. There are areas owned by East Bay Mud where we fall under their existing habitat conservation plan. We did not need to get VTP approval since we're using existing HCP. That work will begin as soon as we're able to mobilize the resources in July. Happy to answer any questions, or we'll move to the next item. It's the operations report, Battalion Chief Lucas Lambert.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Chief Winokur, Board of Directors, and members of the public. My name is Lucas Lambert, Battalion Chief responsible for operations. We'll be given tonight's update of what we have been busy with since the last time that we met beginning with the segue, I took this picture. This is actually on Moraga Road as you enter into the town of Moraga, just next to the Skyway. And I believe that this is a good representation, obviously, of what we just got done speaking about, but also as we prepare as firefighters for the seasonal changes. So despite moderate temperatures and late seasonal rains, fire season has arrived, or as we phase out the nomenclature of fire season and adopting the new classification as fire year that has been termed by CAL FIRE. During this time of year, crews remain diligent in preparation of our personnel, training, apparatus, equipment, and inventory. As we were just reminded by Fire Marshal Isaacs, we are now just past the due date of June 1st for deadline for fuel abatement. We encourage citizens to review the vegetation abatement requirements, adhere to the standards in an effort to protect our communities, our citizens, and our firefighters during this fire season. Next slide, please. Beginning shortly after 1900 hours on Wednesday, May 14th, crews responded to the report of a vehicle off the roadway in the area of Camino Pablo, the neighborhood of Orinda. Upon arrival, crews encountered a single delivery van that had traveled several hundred feet down the hillside while delivering packages to the homeowner. The driver was treated for injuries and the scene was turned over to Orinda PD for further investigation. Unfortunately, we encounter this fairly regularly with the roads and access to homes throughout our community. Next slide, please. You're not looking at that the wrong way. At approximately 02:30 hours Monday in the morning on Monday, May 29th, crews arrived on scene of a single vehicle accident with major damages off the roadway in the Glorieta neighborhood. The patient was extricated from the vehicle, treated for injuries sustained during the accident. The vehicle was secured and later turned over to Orinda P for investigation as well. Next slide. On May 18th, MOFD personnel worked alongside representatives of various other local, state, and federal agencies during the interagency drill that simulated a rapidly moving vegetation fire in the Briones parkland that threatened the communities of Lafayette, Walnut Creek, and Orinda. This exercise took place at the Contra Costa County EOC, or the Emergency Operations Center, that's located in Martinez. Representatives from just about all agencies within our county and all disciplines, fire, law enforcement, EMS, hospitals, politicians, work collectively in an effort to exercise the emergency operations, evacuations, and resource management. And additionally, just as Chief Winokur was discussing previously, this fire was simulated in the Briones open space that did spread into the Lafayette, Orinda areas. Next slide. Throughout the month of May, crews took advantage of the weather that we've had and conducted low-angle rope rescue drills. The drills were simulated to rescue a patient that is unable to climb on a steep surface or hillside. We want to give a special recognition to the members of the Rescue One Foundation for their continued support to our mission of MOFD. Some of the equipment that you see here, and I'll show you again, was donated by the efforts of Rescue One Foundation. They've contributed to support our firefighters and the citizens with providing the best equipment possible to carry out our job. Next slide. And here's an example. As we see the weather shift between seasons, we have responded to a number of limited access rescues across our district. Areas near Canyon, Pinehurst, Bollinger Canyon, Tilden. We've seen a significant amount of people out and about taking advantage of the outdoors as sunshine has come out. With that, accidents have happened, just as you see in this picture. This particular accident was a bicyclist that took a fall with significant injuries. MOFD worked collectively for this specific call with helicopter operations from Contra Costa County Sheriff's Office to locate and extricate the patient. The picture to the right is an example of a key piece of equipment to us. We call it the rescue wheel. It's a lightweight wheel that can adjust to a Stokes basket to allow for our crews to extricate someone from a long distance to assist with the weight and transfer of the personnel and equipment. This is an excellent piece of equipment, and again, some examples of additional equipment that's provided by Rescue One. Next slide, please. Rescue representatives from MOFD, East Bay Regional Park District, Berkeley Fire Department are working collectively with the East Bay Regional Park District lifeguards to hold an interagency drill for a witness submerged swimmer at Lake Anza in Tilden. Personnel from each agency are working collaboratively towards a larger drill that will take place next week ahead of the busy 4th of July holiday in an effort to collaborate and to work together to anticipate emergencies. This drill that you see here is a dry run, if you will, to share resources and to understand how we can help each other in the event of an aquatic emergency. And next month I'll have an update for the larger drill that will take place next week. Next slide.
Chief,
Yes, sir.
do we have people who are certified to go in the water now?
We have one.
Chief Winokur was waiting for that answer
Oh,
for that
okay.
question.
All right.
If you couldn't tell.
This isn't a setup.
Oh, sorry. So in 2018, we did an assessment of our specialized rescue equipment, specifically the boat and our tunnel/trench rescue equipment. We determined two things. One, we did not have the call volume to justify it. Two, we had significant regional resources to call upon between Alameda County, Contra Costa County, Oakland, and Berkeley for water rescue specifically. And as a result of that, we surplused the equipment, sold them to surrounding agencies. Water rescue and other technical rescue for that matter requires regular refresh, significant investment of time and resources in order to develop and maintain the capability. And if we follow the sequence of reach, row, or reach, throw, row, go, you don't actually get in the water until you're very far down the rescue sequence. And if you look at places where we're likely to experience a water rescue, we simply, other than Tilden, which has a professional staff, we simply don't have other open bodies of water in which people swim. And if someone were to become swept away in one of our creeks, and that's not an environment where we would put a rescuer in the water. So I'd be happy to answer more details, but yeah, in the current environment, we have one rescue swimmer and he's not getting in the water.
Okay, and I mean, we have San Pablo, where, I mean, I kayak out there, so. I mean,
Yes, sir. There's no recreational swimming in San Pablo.
yeah, well, okay, but what if someone fell off a kayak?
Well, two things. If they were wearing a PFD,
Okay.
then there's no rescue.
Okay.
Secondly, if they're not wearing a PFD and they can't swim, it is very unlikely that a responder from here would be there in time. A rescue typically needs to be witnessed in order to have a positive outcome.
You're screwed now.
There you go. I got mine on.
Where that PFD?
Where you, yeah,
All
and,
right.
and this, and to kind of emphasize that, go back one more, please. So there's a reason why the lifeguards are prepared with fins there. And this is an example of interagency collaboration. So for Berkeley Fire, for example, does have other resources available that we can use in the event of that we need. And this is why we work together to anticipate the needs and understand sharing of resources when needed. Next slide, please. You may have received notices throughout the week of June 12th, MOFD through Nixle, Nextdoor, social media postings that we have worked to complete a series of prescribed burns in the area of Wagner Ranch and Bear Creek Road. MOFD participated with the City of Orinda Bay Area Air Quality Contra Costa County Fire Protection District to conduct a series of burns, prescribed burns within those areas. And here is one example. This is actually a gentleman from Contra Costa County Fire Crew 12 that is assisting our crews and personnel with this burn near Wagner Ranch. Next slide, please. And here's a next, here's the next phase of the burn that we've completed during last week, during June 12th. Next slide. And this is a video, or actually this is a still image. Sorry, I got ahead of myself,
Yeah,
Marcia.
thank you.
So this is a still image side by side. This is taken by our flight operator or drone operator, Captain Mike Marquardt. It's a side by side. The one on the left is infrared that allows for heat signatures to be seen from an aerial view, as opposed to obviously the still picture on the right that we would see from just the naked eye. Next slide. This is a video of a newly acquired drone that we received that shows the difference in heat signatures. And the technologies has improved and the use of drones has established itself within our occupation. We now have a number of drones available for use throughout our district. We've recently implemented drones or UAVs, unmanned aerial vehicles, as part of our countywide resource list throughout our dispatch center. This technology is yet just another tool that we can utilize to locate patients. As you can see, obviously, fire is hot and our bodies are warm, which picked up the heat signatures. Identify fire growth and potential fire growth and locate hotspots with infrared technology. Next slide.
Could you use that if somebody was like a missing person?
Certainly. Yes, sir. Yeah. And like I said, so our bodies give off heat with the infrared technology, can have and will continue to use that as a resource. And like I mentioned, we've added it to our automatic response CAD matrix so that personnel can carry that with them on apparatus in an effort to in areas that we may not be able to get to as quickly or as easily accessible as a tool. These pictures here, this is a participation alongside the Rodeo Hercules Fire District. Members of various other agencies throughout our county return the favor that we have previously received while conducting live fire prescribed burn operations in an effort to gain experience and training and to treat the areas. In total, it is estimated this day at this ConocoPhillips property that it was a total of approximately 40 acres burned during the interagency burn that took place on Tuesday, June 13th in Rodeo Hercules. Next slide. On June 17th, the MOFD crews responded to a reported structure fire on the 1000 block of Sanders Drive in Moraga. Upon arrival, the first fire engine on scene encountered a fire that was well established in the attic space of a single-story home with 2 occupants reported inside. Crews executed a rescue of an occupant inside of the structure and escorted a second resident who was outside of the structure. Crews then completed a primary and secondary search of the structure to confirm all occupants were out of the home. Having confirmed that there were no additional residents or civilians inside of the structure, an aggressive fire attack was initiated. The fire was well established within the structure, and defensive fire tactics were utilized to contain the fire to the structure of origin. There was significant damage to the property with no reported injuries on scene from staff. The cause of the fire is under investigation. This is just one picture that we were able to capture from law enforcement that were on scene. Next slide. And here was another picture that was shared with us. The picture on the right is a picture of engine 41 that was the first arriving fire engine on scene that was used to as the primary pumping fire engine. That gives just a brief example of the hydraulics that go in, the mathematics that are applied for the hose lines that are utilized to fight the fire. The picture on the left is a picture of truck 44, their company conducting vertical ventilation on top of the roof to release superheated gases and smoke in an effort to clear up the search that was being undertaken inside of the structure. Next slide.
Do
Sir.
people have working smoke alarms?
That's under investigation right now.
What was the material on the roof? It looks like it might be,
Asphalt.
oh, it's asphalt. Okay, it looks like wood, so.
Yeah, it's a comp shingles. Just to note as well, today, I washed my truck for a second or third time. Some of the byproducts from the smoke that was released from the fire. My vehicle was parked on the opposite side of the street, down one or two homes, has stained the truck to some extent. So it just gives an example of the byproducts that are released under a structure fire. Think of all the things that you have in your home that burn, including our furniture, the synthetics, and chemicals that we use to clean our home. Next slide. Okay, this one I'm proud to represent. This is for Emergency Preparedness Coordinator Dennis Rain. The federal government has given our volunteers and volunteers across our nation a raise in equivalency. So it's estimated now that the volunteer rate by federal standards is $31.80, or in other words, just a little over a 6% increase from last year. Just for approximation, for cumulative hours from our communications support unit in dollars, it's just estimated just over $50,000 in cumulative funds at this rate.
I would also point out that given the expertise and experience many of the volunteer members bring to the organization, $31.80 an hour, which we're not paying, or we'd still be getting a heck of a deal at that rate.
I want to give special recognition to our volunteers, the folks, the men and women that support our communities and firefighters. I agree. $31 is an understatement. Next slide. And last, members from Station 45 C Shift had the opportunity to enjoy a firehouse dinner with the Reef family. The family were the lucky recipients of a fundraiser that allowed them to come and enjoy a dinner at the firehouse. And all of the proceeds raised from the event was to benefit the Moraga Education Foundation. As always, opening our doors to the communities and helping other nonprofits to raise funds is certainly an enjoyment for us. Pending any questions, that concludes my operations report. Director
One
Jones.
more. I think last month we had an attic fire also. So 2 in a row. And as far as I know, there aren't people don't ever put smoke detectors in attics. Do the fires actually start in attics, or do they just end up in attics?
Yeah, so this generally no. To answer your question, they don't generally start in attics. There are different means, and one of which is sprinkler system, residential sprinkler systems that can detect. Typically, if there is an alerting system in an attic, it's a rate of rise smoke detector. But in the case, oftentimes also the location of the fire is something that originates from a different place and then spreads to the attic. And then I know in my house, I'm not immune from it either. But oftentimes we store materials in attics. Also, the thing that prevents us from it makes it very difficult to fight fires in attics because of access and egress. So it's a very coordinated attack that needs to happen between interior and exterior crews, as you saw the crew on the roof. To introduce an oxygen deficient environment in an attic, it has to be very coordinated in an effort to fight the fire. With that, sometimes construction is very difficult as well. Some homes don't have drywall. They might be tongue and groove that prevent or cause a delay in our interior crews to access the attic space. So I guess to answer your question, oftentimes those fires start in other places, spread to the attic, and can make it very difficult for our crews to access and extinguish the fires.
I guess my only comment on both of the fires was in each case, I remember the report saying, when we got there, it was already well established. And I assume there was a whole lot of smoke that happened before they got well established, which says to me, they probably didn't have working smoke alarms.
Yeah, that is accurate. And in the sense of it's oftentimes by the time that somebody can, or somebody is alerted that there is a fire or something going on in the attic space, it can be well established.
The other element, sir, is depending on where people are in the house, a ranch house, long laid out, lacking an interconnected smoke alarm system. At night, doors closed, so forth. It's possible that a compartment fire can burn for a length of time until a working detector close enough to the bedroom alerts the residents. And all of that heat is rising, seeking to go somewhere. And if it finds access into the attic is a single void space. There's no fire protection systems typically in those attics. There's no drywall or other things that would retard spread. It's not compartmentalized in the way the structure is, which can rapidly support spread through the attic. So that the firefighters upon arrival, if a fire is venting, as it was in the picture Lucas showed, that's indicative of a fire that's been burning for quite a while, that it's burned its way through the roof, which is not insubstantial.
So I guess the solution, the potential prevention thing that I guess I would say is, I haven't seen our community talk a lot, educate the community a lot about the fact that they actually do have interconnected, even wirelessly interconnected smoke alarms these days. So people could update those things if they knew they existed. So I'm just saying, maybe we ought to put that on our list of to-dos, is education for the folks to know that there is new technology out there, and it makes your house safer, especially for you, the individual, which is the most important thing. So just something we should think about.
Yes, sir. And just one other thing to add, in closing, kind of a public service announcement. Additionally, if there is a fire in your home, the best action, just like a wildfire, is to remove yourself and family from the home, and to talk about it, to have a plan, to have a meeting place outside of your home, and so that we can come in and do our jobs. Thank you very much.
Directors, to close out the fire chief report, last month there was a request for more information on the community warning system signups. These are the totals that are signed up throughout the community. There's always room for more, so we certainly encourage homes that have multiple phones to sign up all of them. The more ways to be notified, the better. But this represents the current state of signups. Last night we were doing the police chief and I were doing a town hall at the Moraga Country Club, and there was a resident who was legally blind and reported that she had called the phone number that's available and got a very cheerful staff member who helped her sign up with assurance that her landline was now registered because she has a hard time reading notifications, so she needs to be notified via phone. So it's just a reminder that the CWS has a variety of ways to access folks. They can be contacted by phone, by email, or via their internet site to sign up. Everyone should sign up, and everyone in the home should be signed up. So we have those multiple points of ingress to the home for messaging. And then there's a reminder that the CWS is the primary mechanism that we would use for evacuation orders or warnings, and that Nixle, while an interesting way to be reminded about street closures and thefts of packages from the front porch, Nixle is not our primary mechanism for communication during an emergency, and all residents should be signed up for the CWS. Barring any questions, that concludes the fire chief report. Marcia, I think we had 2 questions in the chat.
We did.
Any public comments?
We do have public comment. I'm opening the chat messages now.
So from the top, Steve Hoyt, I sent you a copy of the study. It was a case study of wildfire spread for actuarial significant using Moraga and Orinda. It's a case study done with CoreLogic and Milliman and the fire district. It identified that if fewer than 30% of the homes are compliant with defensible space and home hardening measures, there's no actuarial significance. And then the value of that work rises up to 85%. Beyond 85%, the last 15 are free riders. So it's the actuarial significance kicks in at 30%, not 85, but I sent you the full report via email. Next one, please. The ArcGIS map will be added to the fire prevention portion of our website. It wasn't added prior to presentation to the board. And then the last one was the Leaf Pro. Leaf Master, leaf filters have been, or will be purchased on July 1st in bulk.
For the gutter guards.
I'm sorry, yes, the gutter guards, the Leaf
Yeah.
Master, where that was the particular make and model.
We have one hand raised, Mark Evans.
Hey, I just want to share that the map you guys have is just awesome. So impressive that what you've done, and we heard it was coming. And I'm hopeful in the future we could potentially overlay that with the Firewise neighborhoods that we have. I know you guys had a lot on your plate, but that will also help us understand across both Moraga and Orinda where to focus our outreach. But thanks so much for putting that together. That's just such a great help to the entire community.
Thank you. That concludes our hands raised. I do not have any written public comment.
Okay, we'll move to the consent agenda. Does any of the directors have something they want pulled? Consider a motion then to approve the consent agenda.
I move we approve the consent agenda.
I second.
We have a motion from Jorgen, second from Hassler. You can open public comment on the motion. We do not have any hands raised. We don't have any written public comment. Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Hassler.
Aye.
Director Jorgens.
Aye.
Director Romer.
Aye.
Director Jeff.
Aye. Move then to the regular agenda item 10.1 on audit services.
Good evening, directors. The district obtained proposals for audit services from 3 audit firms. The 3 proposals were evaluated by the audit committee, which included interviews of each firm. Per the district's purchasing ordinance, audit services are classified as special services, which requires for less than $100,000 annually, it requires award to the lowest responsible bidder. Based on evaluation by the audit committee, the lowest responsible bidder is Mays and Associates. The audit committee recommends the board authorize an agreement for audit services with Mays and Associates for a 3-year term in the amount not to exceed $113,700. This concludes the staff report.
Any discussion or?
Well, I'd kind of like to maybe hear from the audit committee a little bit, how they feel about this company. I mean, just reading what they submitted, it looks like they're well qualified, looks like they do the audit for a lot of neighboring communities, and I mean, you
Yeah.
spoke to them, I just.
Yeah, in our speaking to them, I mean, we had questions ready for them. They came in person. They were very professional. They answered our questions, were knowledgeable, and their presentation work and response to our questions seemed like they would be a good fit for the district. based
So,
on-
I mean, I know they were the lowest bidder, but there are circumstances that we don't have to, there
Yeah.
are certain ways we can not choose it, but you felt they.
It was more than that. I think it was the interview process
Okay.
that helped us through, but Director Jex, please.
So we got, after the meeting, when we agreed to go out for proposals, all 3 of the ones that we interviewed actually came in and made presentations. We had the opportunity to query them, meet some of the staff and personnel in the service human engagement. And it was, we had some criteria going into it that we considered. We then rated that criteria, and basically it's pretty unanimous on the part of the 2 directors that were on the committee that Mays was the best choice.
I mean, being on the board in the prior year, after what happened with the previous auditor, not opting out of our contract, I was very surprised and happy to see that we got these proposals. I mean, it sounded least last year, like it was gonna be doom and gloom, we might not even find an auditor, so. I think this is good, this is good news.
Yeah, they also are the auditors for several fire districts as well as, so they have that experience, but they also are the auditors for Orinda and Moraga.
And I also saw that they gave us an option for 2 additional years. At what point do we say yes? I mean, and how, you know how that works, anybody?
Right. So the contracts for the first 3 years. So at the end of the 3 years, then staff will bring that back to the board and the board can then make the decision whether they want to extend the last 2 years or go out to bid again.
So it's a free option.
Yes.
$113,000.
Yeah.
And the 113 is for all 3 years. So
That's for all three. Yeah.
That's surprisingly inexpensive.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can open public
Open for
comment.
Public comment, any comments from the public?
We do not have any hands raised for public comment, and we've not received any written public comment for this item.
So I move that we authorize an agreement for the audit services with Mays and Associates as presented in. You'll move it, it's 10.1, I think, I can't see it up there.
Yes, it is item 10.1.
I second.
Motion by Jorgen, seconded by Romer. Open public comment on the motion. We do not have any public comment. Director Danziger.
Aye.
Director Hassler.
Aye.
Director Jorgen.
Aye.
Director Romer.
Aye.
Director Jeck.
Aye.
Good job. Finding those.
Yeah.
Item 10.2, adoption of the annual operating budget fiscal year 2024.
Good evening, directors. The budget has been prepared and is before the board for approval tonight. In the prior 2 board meetings, the budget was reviewed and discussed in detail. Tonight, I prepared 7 slides for a higher level overview than previously presented. Tonight's the 3rd public meeting to discuss the budget. In April, a public board budget workshop was held to review the budget and obtain public input and board direction. Next, in May, the budget was reviewed and discussed for the 2nd time in order to obtain additional public input and additional board direction. Tonight's the 3rd time the budget is on the agenda, and the budget is scheduled for adoption tonight. The latest date the board can adopt the budget is in October. The budget as presented results in a general fund deficit of $633,000, a capital projects fund deficit of $5.1 million, a balanced budget in the debt service fund, and a surplus in both the fuel break fund and the fire risk reduction grant fund. During the previous public meetings, the board gave direction to update the board of directors section of the budget, which has been incorporated, as well as to expand the home hardening grant program. So there's $500,000 in the budget for year 2 of this program. The budget includes safety roster strength of 57 positions, which is the same as the prior year. The budget includes 1 new position in fire prevention, an office specialist. Some general fund expenditures are discretionary and some represent a continuation of effort. These discretionary expenditures are listed on this slide and total $6.9 million. This is the last slide. The budget includes the capital projects funds listed on the slide, which total $9.4 million. There's 1 additional project listed that was not included in the draft budget that was presented last month, which is the battery powered extrication tools that are needed for $55,000. This concludes the presentation.
Any questions or?
Yeah, I wonder if maybe the chief could just tell us about that additional expenditure for the battery operated tool. What is that, new technology or something just?
Well, newish,
Okay.
yes, sir. So the historically, obviously, backing up the requirement, if 1 drop of rain falls on Highway 24, bedlam ensues, and we respond regularly for vehicle accidents at high speeds due to the design of that road, and people sense that it's safe to go very fast. So when there's a vehicle accident, after we've protected the scene, the next challenge is to either remove the patient from the vehicle or in a serious crash, remove the vehicle from the patient. And that involves using what's loosely referred to as the jaws of life, although that's only one of the tool complements. There's the spreaders, there's rams, and there's cutters as well. Historically, those were run from a power unit, weighs about 80 to 100 pounds, depending on the model, that ran hydraulic hoses. You could run 2 simultaneous tools and hoses all over the place, and you had to move the power unit to within 30 feet or so of the place you were working. And then you had to disentangle the hydraulic lines that were feeding it, all of which complicate the rescue, require additional manpower, and increase the amount of time it takes to conduct the extrication. Starting in about 9-10 years or so, e-hydraulics were introduced, which is a battery powered unit that initially the batteries were very heavy. The power produced was not as great as those of a hydraulic system, and the length of use was relatively short. Battery technology has evolved quite a bit during that time, and the current generation of e-hydraulics are lighter, faster, stronger, run longer, etc., and reduce the manpower requirements associated with setting up for an extrication. So it's a good fit for us. We continue, given the number of freeway responses we have, and that 45 and 43 engines are regularly running. They also reduce the compartment space required, like many small departments, due to the lack of 5 stations. We don't have a lot of redundancy, and it's hard to run specialized equipment on a few rigs as you would in a larger gridded metropolitan system. Engines don't generally carry rescue tools in larger systems because those come on the truck or on a rescue engine. We're just simply not big enough to have that degree of specialization. So we retain the hydraulic system on the truck, on truck 44, for an extended or in case we ran beyond the capacity of the batteries. And putting the battery powered e-hydraulics in service is consistent with our requirements, our usage, and with the efficient application of our resources. On a freeway setting where we want to minimize the number of folks, both by total number and by time, who are exposed to the danger of the passing vehicles, most of whom are wildly indifferent to the need to slow down and provide a safe working environment.
Is there a general trend to try to go to battery operated?
Yes, sir. And what we're doing is consistent with with the regional standard, where there are a number of legacy hydraulic gas powered tools kept in service in case they are needed, but most of the frontline tools are moving to e-hydraulics.
Oh, okay.
It's simply a better system, sir.
Yeah. I got a battery operated chainsaw for Father's Day.
Sure.
It works pretty well, at least for my job. So.
Sir, and the fuel will never go bad.
And I assume, maybe just taking it one step further, I assume at some point we're going to start talking about maybe electric vehicles for maybe not the engines or trucks or ambulances, but maybe for chief vehicles or things like that.
Yes, sir. So following up the discussion last month, we've arranged with a manufacturer to bring an electric fire engine to the district in July. The directors will receive an invitation to come take a look at it. I will give just a cautionary note from a sticker price. It's 2x the cost of a diesel powered engine, and this is first generation. Probably makes sense to wait a generation or two. If there is an interest in electrifying the fleet, the logical place to begin would be with staff vehicles. So commercial, non-specialized, non-custom made vehicles where that technology has been around for quite a while. Fire engines have some unique requirements, and battery technology is a very, very new technology in that space.
All right. Thank you.
I just want to echo an appreciation for Director Danziger bringing up that subject at our last meeting, because I share his concerns about that. The irony that we are running gas powered vehicles throughout our fleet that are contributing to the climate change that causes a greater risk of the wildfires that we then need to use fire engines to either prevent or deal with is not lost on me. But I did look, I took some time, and online it appeared to me that there are a few electric type 1 fire engines on the market. From the internet, I saw they were about $1.7 million as opposed to 1.1. You're indicating it's closer to 2 million.
The Rosenbauer that'll be here for the demo in July, they offered to sell us that demo
For $2 million.
for north of $2 million.
So should we even consider looking at an electric
times two because we need two type ones. That appears to be a budget buster because that's an additional $2 million that we're looking at. But I do want to express my concern that farther down the line, particularly as we are looking at building a new fire station in Moraga, that we put serious consideration into including solar panels. Again, I think that the fleet, if we got an average cost of $80,000 or $90,000 for electric trucks, is a lot more than the 20 or 30,000 we might be spending today.
Yeah.
But it's something that I think we ought to keep our eye on for the next 5, 10, 20 years.
Yeah, and yeah, that's correct. I agree. And especially since we're gonna build a new firehouse, hopefully in the future.
Right.
And we plan for the future with that.
Especially
Yeah.
planning for charging.
Yeah.
Yes. sir.
Yeah.
And that too.
Confirmed, it's,
Right.
it's running on single phase 220 charger. They just these multiple ones, but as we get into the design of 41, I think it would be prudent to at least lay the conduit so that there was access for
Single
pencils.
phase 220, so it takes it like 5 or 6 days to charge.
I don't think you ever run it down to zero either.
But
And it may be running off. of
having had an
multiple
electric car
chargers.
for the last 12 years, single phase 220 gets you, if you're really lucky, 20 miles an hour. 20 miles, you get, you fill up the tank 20 miles an hour. And that's for a car, not for a big thing like that.
Any
A
other
lot bigger
questions?
power. No.
Oh,
I
go
do
ahead.
have-
I had one, but you go first.
Go ahead.
I just want to make sure, so on the home hardening grants, we plan to spend a significant portion of that right off the bat with the purchase of the gutter
Correct. Yeah,
guards,
I think it's more like $40,000.
40,000,
Yeah.
and then we have the rest to look at throughout the rest of the year in case we need to order more,
Yeah.
or we, as a board, come up with
Right.
other home hardening.
Yes, sir.
items.
$50,000 would be
Okay.
the initial purchase. If this year was any indication, we'll have enough stock on hand that we won't have any other planned purchases
Okay.
of stock. And then unknown how many requests for cash reimbursement we'll receive.
Okay,
So because we're not in that year yet, so which budget does the gutter guard come out of, this year's or
Next year's.
next year's?
and are we doing the same drop ship?
Yes.
Okay,
A question for Orianne, on page 7, on the capital projects, we show a beginning balance of 7,426,000. In the last long-range forecast we had, which was, I think, March, that number was forecast to be 6,003,000, almost a $1,100,000 difference.
Right. And that's because the fiscal year 2023 budget, so the current year budget included $1 million for phase 1 of Station 41 construction. And so we have only spent $3,500 or something like that. So we didn't spend the $1 million on phase 1. So that's why in the long range forecast assumed that we would spend the full budget.
Okay, and the long range forecast also on the project fund balance at the end of the year would be 3,198,000 versus 2,003,000
For which fund?
capital projects fund.
Right, because the long range forecast assumes that the whole budget was spent and it wasn't.
Okay. All right.
I have one other question.
Okay.
And this partially relates to another further agenda item down the road, but on page 195, and the statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balances. Projected revenues, property taxes is 32,201,888. The fire flow taxes that are attributed to the capital projects is $1,105,000. Those figures seem to indicate that the revenue, about 97% of our revenue comes from property taxes and about 3% from the fire flow tax. Is that correct? And is that $1,105,000 the amount that we get from the fire flow tax from both Orinda and Moraga?
So sorry, what you were talking about page 195? Is that page 195 of the packet or what is that?
It's a
one hundred
packet.
and ninety-five of the budget packet, I believe.
It's a whole, it's the
The whole deck, the whole deck.
Right.
Yeah.
page 7 of the budget.
Yes, it is for both, because we don't break it down.
I can pull it up so we can reference. Look at the whole packet.
Page 7.
And what page number did you?
It's 195.
Okay.
It's a-
I mean, I apologize for, bringing this up without prior notice, but I was also just curious as to whether there's a breakdown in the fire flow taxes. If it's $1,105,000 total, is it approximately equal from Morinda and Moraga? Because the fire
Oh.
flow assessment is 6 cents
Right.
each.
So that's right. Okay, so that's the total.
As, if I may just briefly, I think it's important that to recognize that it's the service zones, which are not the same as the
Service-
city and the town. So
I
there's
understand
a
that.
Moraga service zone, which includes elements of Orinda that were previously served by our precursor Moraga Fire District, which was an independent special district.
Right.
And then the service zone for Orinda, which was previously served by the Orinda Fire District, which was a dependent county fire district. When those merged, the service zones were formed along the fire district boundaries, not along the city and boundaries. So there are elements of Orinda that are in the Moraga service zone. So I think it's important to separate.
I think it is, and I'm aware of that. That's right.
And the amounts for the current fiscal year are in under the fire flow staff report. So for the Orinda service zone, that generated $560,000 of revenue. And the Moraga service zone generated $543,000.
Pretty close. Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right, no further questions, then we'll open it for public comment.
So we do not have any hands raised. We did receive one written public comment from Steve Cohn. That was forwarded to the directors. Yeah. We now have one hand raised, Mark Evans.
Good evening. So earlier in the evening, I mentioned that the Fire Safe Moraga-Orinda has nonprofit has been approved. I know this is very late in your budget process, but I would like you to consider some sort of funding, for this community-based nonprofit. I think there's a number of you know what fire safe councils do, work with communities, help people. Early in the evening, we had a number of residents who had difficulty, meeting the requirements of the fire code, other issues in there. So we're a nonprofit that's just getting going. And I'm just suggesting that as you go through your budget process, that you consider some funding of this new nonprofit. We will be up and running in the next few months. You are not the only place where we're going to be requesting funding, but we request your consideration in addition to asking for a director. Thank you.
It is a little bit late because I think tonight, this was the final reading of the budget we've had on. A way of dealing with that might be possibly after a submission, a budget adjustment could be approved later.
Well, we'd also talked about having potentially some of the 500,000 go to that. That was another potential use for that had been discussed in the past. But
And could I inquire, Mark did bring up earlier, something that I think we should address, which is whether we should agendize an item to consider whether we can or who we might designate as a representative of the board, of the Firewise Board's council, that is. And I guess I would have a threshold question of the attorney as to whether it would be permissible for us or appropriate to consider among those nominees an employee of the fire department. Is that something that presents either legal issues or policy issues that we might want to be aware of before we agendize that item?
I really appreciate the question. Thank you. So taking in sort of an order, the appointment of, for example, a member of the board to a body like this would pose conflict of interest issues.
I'm assuming that. I don't, that wasn't even part of.
Okay, all right.
I would suggest that even if it wasn't, that potential conflict of interest questions are precluding that.
Right.
So let's just move on. to
Okay,
the
all right. Okay,
employees.
we'll keep going. So as far as having folks who are employees, there's also a question, it raises some Brown Act issues, but I think most importantly, for you to get directly involved with, a nonprofit and select that nonprofit or whatever to be a partner or whatever, I think you're going to have to consider, a couple of things. First question is, what is that nonprofit actually going to do? What services are they going to provide? What's the structure of what that relationship is? Is it contractual? Is it what is it? What are the safeguards? What are the, protections? How do you know that they're not that? I mean, I understand it's a pretty small community, but what process are you, choosing? You can't just pick one. I mean, you could, I guess, but from a public accountability perspective, you're going to want a process, et cetera. So my suggestion, just more broadly is that at this point you're moving down the way to approving your budget. Of course, you can amend your budget at any time,
Right.
but I would be concerned about, and this is again I don't say this with any sense of whether it's a good idea or a bad idea, right? But being a public entity, when you get engaged with a nonprofit, particularly if you're giving money, it raises lots and lots of issues. So it's not to say they can't be done. It can be done. But if you look, for example, at how the state funds Firewise community, because state does provide some grants for Firewise, there are subject to, a great number of restrictions, a lot of monitoring and all of these sorts of things. So you're going to need to think through all of that before you do it. This does not mean it cannot be done, but there's a lot to look for.
We currently have our fire marshal on the Diablo Fire Safe Council, for example.
Correct. He serves as the co-chair for grant review, but the district doesn't provide any financial support to the Diablo Fire Safe.
Again, I'm not suggesting it's a good idea or a bad idea. I'm just saying that the steps that you would want to.
Sure. And I want to be completely transparent. I start out from the standpoint of being very sympathetic to all the efforts that Mark Evans and Rob and Steve have put in. And I think that's of invaluable benefit to this community. And I want to encourage that and assist it in any way possible. But I do think these are some issues that we need to think down the road. And if and when we agendize this, it's something that maybe we need to look into.
But Director Romer, I'd certainly say, at the end of tonight's agenda, you have an opportunity to add something, so you might want to have a discussion. We can all really talk about it then.
Correct. Yeah, I'm just bringing it up now because
Yeah.
Mark had made a public comment
Mhm.
and it relates to the budget. So, but I think we are pretty close to
Yep.
being able to approve that budget, understanding that there will be issues going forward. Yeah. That's all I have to say.
Mr. Evans has re-raised his hand.
Pardon?
Mark Evans has re-raised his hand.
Well, I would be in favor of
Mark.
listening to what he has to say in response. Is that okay?
You have a bunch of
Go
minutes
ahead.
left.
Mark Evans,
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the conversation. I really do. And I do understand there's complexities there. I think one of the reasons why we are requesting a director to be on our board is sort of, we're here to help the fire district. We want to have good communication both ways. We could communicate without that, but I guess it's a communication both ways, and also the expertise. I mean, just a discussion about, we've had prioritization of where to focus on the fire. We highly value that as a nonprofit, but I also truly appreciate the complexities there. So I look forward to collaborating with you as go forward as we get this nonprofit off the ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Maybe they're just an advisor instead of a board member. So if they don't make decisions, then they can't have conflicts of interest.
Good point.
Okay. Do we have a motion to approve the budget?
I move we approve the budget.
I second.
Moved by Jorgen, seconded by Romer. You can open public comment on the motion. We do not have any public comment. Director Danziger.
Aye.
Director Hassler.
Aye.
Director Jorgen.
Aye.
Director Romer.
Aye.
President Jex.
Aye.
Item 10.3, adopt resolution 2313, establishing the district's annual appropriations limit for fiscal year 2023-24.
The district is required by state law to adopt an appropriations limit, which is basically a spending cap on the district. The appropriation limit has been calculated to be $37,678,751. Staff recommends the board adopt resolution 23-13, establishing the district's annual appropriations limit for fiscal year 23-24. This concludes the staff report.
Any comments from the board?
So can we, in other words, if we, for example, get another grant, which would increase our spending, can we change this?
Right, the appropriations limit is a calculation. It's based on population and CPI. So nothing changes that number. And that's actually is audited by the auditors every year. Basically, the state tells me how to do it, and then that's how I have to do it. And then the auditors check. So no, nothing changes the cap, but there are certain expenditures that are not included in the cap. So the district, we're well under the cap.
But if we got a $5 million grant that we had to spend this year, can we spend it?
So for instance, things like capital outlay, if the grant was for a capital project, that doesn't count. So something probably grant funds, I don't think that counts under the appropriations limit either.
Or do the taxes were authorized by the
Great.
Any other questions, comments? Invite public comment then.
We do not have any public comment. We did receive one written public comment from Charles Forges, was sent to the directors, and all written public comment is available, posted on our website.
Okay,
So I move we adopt resolution 23-13, establishing the district's annual appropriations limit for fiscal year 23-24.
I'll second it.
Moved by Jorgen, seconded by Danziger. Invite public comment on the motion. We have no public comment. Director Danziger.
Aye.
Director Hassler.
Aye.
Director Jorgen.
Aye.
Director Romer.
Aye.
Director Jex.
Aye.
Item 10.4, adopt resolution 2312, establishing the fiscal year 2023-24 fire flow tax rates for the Orinda Moraga service zone.
Each year, the district is required to set the fire flow tax rate in the 2 service zone areas. For the current fiscal year, the fire flow tax rate was set at 6 cents in both the Moraga service zone and the Orinda service zone. The fire flow tax generated $1.1 million of revenue. Staff recommends the board adopt resolution 23-12, adopting the fiscal year 2024 fire flow tax rate of 6 cents in both the Moraga service zone and the Orinda service zone. This concludes the staff report.
Well, I'd like to first acknowledge that I have read a number of emails, and I have read them carefully, taken them into account, And to a number of the folks that have been writing me emails, I've reached out to offer to meet with them in person or by phone to discuss this issue, which I think is a complex issue. And I think it's an issue that apparently has been in some discussion for something like the 26 years that the Moraga-Orinda Fire Protection District has been in existence. And I did earlier point out, and it was confirmed, that the fire flow tax is a relatively small percentage of our revenue. And that the vast majority of our revenue, probably $32 million, and that computes to me as about 97% of our revenue, is something over which the five of us board of directors have absolutely no discretion whatsoever. That is set by Proposition 13. It is not something that we can change. It's not something the county board of supervisors can change. It's my understanding not even the legislature could change it except by a supermajority. And, it may even require an initiative. Proposition 13 and its effects, its implementation legislation has been on the books for decades. So this issue is discussing about $500,000 each that comes from both the city of Orinda and from the town of Moraga. Generally speaking, as the chief points out, those distinctions are relatively arbitrary because there are some Moraga residents that pay according to the Orinda schedule and some Orinda residents that pay according to the Moraga. So specifically, the email that has generated this controversy, it appears to me, reading it over and over again and very carefully, appears to set a number of artificial distinctions. It breaks down service based upon the location of fire stations and the location of personnel that are available to both Orinda and Moraga residents. The 6 cent per 1,000 of assessed values has been basically the standard that we've had for 28 years. I guess it was 1 year we had it reduced to 5 cents. The 6 cent limit is capped by ballot measure of 1997 in Orinda. We cannot change that any higher. Apparently, we do have a little bit of discretion with regard to the Moraga standard, but it seems to me that it would take a tremendous increase in that to make a significant difference in our revenue. And I'm frankly not convinced by the arguments of unfairness made. It seems to me that there is a lot more unfairness in the distinction between people who have lived here for 30 years and the young people at the beginning of their careers that have moved in and are paying tax rates, property tax rates that are 4 or 5 times higher than what older residents pay. Life is unfair. Taxes are very difficult and they're often seen as unfair by a lot of members of our community. And I don't think the proposals to raise the taxes on Moraga are fundamentally unfair. And furthermore, I think there's an issue with regard to who the 5 of us represent. It's my position that legally and morally and politically, we have an obligation to keep this community united, not to divide our communities, and to invite and to represent everybody in the area. And it seems to me as a fundamental matter of fairness that if we were considering doubling or tripling or quadrupling the taxes of Moraga citizens, we ought to reach out to them and see how they feel about that. And frankly, I have. I've talked to a number of my friends in Director Jex's district and in Director Hassler's district and in Directors Danzinger's districts. And they all told me that they thought that the present structure was fair and they object to having their taxes raised. So unless somebody else sees it fairly differently, I'm in favor of keeping the fire flow tax at the rate that it is and not imposing an undue burden on new members, young members of parts of Moraga.
That
I
would
was
be
gonna say
consistent
this-
with our prior board discussions for years and years about this.
And I guess
Yeah.
this is the first time that this issue has been raised. It's the first time I've been on the board since it's been raised.
It was raised about 4 years ago. It came to the same conclusion.
Yeah, exactly. And there was a fairly large firestorm, which we're in the business of putting out, when it was discussed. So
Because folks from Moraga weighed in, and I'm guessing that
just bringing it up as a concept caused a lot of heartache. So I think I would hope we are soon going to be at the end of our discussion and the public discussion, and we can move on.
well, let's see.
Okay, well,
And just to correct the record, I misspoke earlier. Charles Porges' public comment was submitted for item 10.4 that in regards to the fire flow tax.
And I just want to respond to that I read his email. I have a great degree of respect for Mr. Porges. He's always polite and civil and thoughtful. And I've taken that into consideration, and my comments were after reading his emails carefully.
any other public comment?
Other than the one written public comment, we do not have any hands raised. We do not have any other public comment.
Okay, then I'd entertain a motion to approve.
I would make a motion to approve.
Okay, Marcia, if you can get rid of the, so we can see what number it is up there, that might help.
Yes.
There we go. So somebody made a motion to approve 10.4, I guess. Huh?
10.4, as stated, to adopt the resolution 23-12, establishing fiscal year 23-24 fire flow tax rates for the Morinda and Moraga service zones.
I'll second that.
Motion by Romer, seconded by Jorgens. Open public comment on the motion. We do not have any public comment. Director Danziger.
Aye.
Director Hassler.
Aye.
Director Jorgens.
Aye.
Director Romer.
Aye.
President Jex.
Aye.
Item 10.5, adopt resolution 2310, adopting a modified schedule of cost recovery fees for emergency medical services.
Good evening, directors. The district's provision of emergency medical services are partially paid for by ambulance transport cost recovery fees and non-transport emergency medical service cost recovery fees. District Resolution number 1302, approved in May of 2013, adopted a modified schedule of fees. This resolution and the district's ambulance service agreement with Contra Costa County EMS include a provision for an annual modification to emergency medical services fees. Staff recommends the board increase ambulance transport fees based on the CPI index for San Francisco, Oakland, Hayward. The April 2023 CPI increased 4.19%. Staff recommends the board adopt the proposed emergency medical services cost recovery fees effective July 1st, 2023, as explained in the fields below. Be happy to answer any questions the board or the public may have on this item.
Any comments from any of the directors?
I just did want to comment that in the budget, apparently there's a number of unrecoverable fees for ambulance services, and apparently there's not much that can be done about that.
Yes, sir. There's, as well as the budget, it was highlighted, or this year, the 23 was highlighted because in 21 and 22, Whitman, our billing contractor, was not able, for a number of reasons, I think associated with COVID disruptions, et cetera, was unable to process a backlog of write-offs. So we saw those come due. In any given year, looking back, it's challenging, obviously, that COVID disrupted quite a few things, but prior to COVID, running between $180,000 and $220,000 a year in write-offs. The current year, it's more like $500,000. So on the write-offs for billing, there's the write-offs for district residents, obviously, that there's nothing to be done about because that's how we do business. For non-district residents, the write-off can be significant, and we're simply not set up to be in the bill collection business. And so we rely on Whitman, and they work through different agents to try to increase cost recovery. They're financially incentivized to do so. But from our perspective, we provide the service, we send the bill, and the bill gets paid, doesn't get paid, but the contractor is in the driver's seat on that.
You're convinced the contractor we have is the best we can do?
Yes, sir. There's really two providers of that type of service in this area, and Whitman, I think, is doing a very good job. Sir.
Thank you.
quick comment. So because of COVID and, we provided potentially different kinds of service to people during that time, lots of ambulance runs for COVID patients and things. Is there any potential for getting money from the federal government funds that went out to cover the bad debt that we have?
Yes, sir. If we were not a special district, then yes, sir. But special districts were simply forgotten about during COVID relief. So cities and counties received significant COVID relief money in various forms. Special districts were not eligible. And then as I believe Director Danziger and others investigated, the county elected to treat the Contra Costa County Fire District, which is a dependent special district, as a county department for the distribution of COVID funds, and elected to exclude MOFD, East County, San Ramon, and Rodeo Hercules, and Crockett Carquinez, the other fire districts from that distribution. But we have been categorically ineligible for relief funds associated with COVID.
And just to follow up on that, that's correct. And I was in contact with Congressman DeSaulnier's chief of staff, who told me that it is on the docket for DeSaulnier and Garamendi to, if any other bills come up, that they would try to include special districts, which they did last time and it got voted down. So it's still there. They will try it again if the opportunity comes up. So
Great.
Thank you.
yeah.
Question, Gloria, will this be written off in the 2024 financials? The adjustment you were talking about that was,
No, so the $500,000 adjustment, it's in the fiscal year 2023, the current fiscal year.
current fiscal year.
But didn't we include 500 and we added 3% to that in 24, right? But we really don't expect to have.
Right, it's in the budget, right? I included $515,000, a 3% increase budgeted for fiscal year 2024, but we don't know what the actual will be.
Although we would safe to assume it'll be lower than that number. If historical averages or any track would be between 200 and 300,000. What we don't know is that whether all of the backlog was cleared out as part of this year's 500K, or if they're still working through the backlog. And latest billing is over April, I believe.
Correct.
So there's some degree of uncertainty about what we'll be at next year.
So not only have they not processed it, we don't even know how many of our bills are outstanding. In other words,
Well, the collections process, we know how many. We know how many, we know what services we provided and we know what bills have been paid. What we don't know is a step-by-step process of where any number of bills are in what can be a lengthy and really personalized process of collection. That there are steps that they have to go through and the bill can be paid along the way at any time. So we don't track that with any particular, we don't spend a lot of time analyzing that data because we have a contractor who's incentivized to maximize returns.
but they have an idea.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, sir. That's not information I have available. If there's interest from the board knowing more about that, we can get in touch with them and run that down.
Well, it's a potential $200,000 difference in our budget. So, yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be somebody doing a whole bunch of accounting, but they could say, hey, we're 80% through it, or I mean, we ought to at least know if they're up to date. So it's the normal amount. There's always going to be some rough percentage that you're going to write off. I'm going to guess, and maybe COVID made a difference in that, but maybe it didn't. So I'd be interested in knowing, because it is a pretty big number, roughly if they think if they were behind for 2 years, I get that, but they either caught up or they didn't catch up. And
Yes, sir.
then are we back to kind of a normal amount of write-offs or not?
Yes, sir. Understood.
Gloria, and this is an item, in my view, of control over that process or lack thereof. And I would like the auditors to take a good look at our accounting and process dealing with this issue, just to ensure, because I mean, that's a real big surprise that we're going to have right off the, drop, as I understand, a $500,000 adjustment that was unanticipated. So they're starting their interim work.
Yes, the interim work is taking place in July.
So I just tell them I'd like a a special review and report back to the board when we finalize the audit process on this issue.
About ambulance write-offs?
The control over that activity within the district in the financial department, as well as the accounting for that. So there's no more surprises in the future, that they're dealt with on a timely basis.
Except staff doesn't do it. See, it's a third party company. So what happens is, for instance, I have a report up here.
It's the
So
oversight of if that's the issue, the oversight. There's a breakdown somewhere. They may not have done their job, but the presumption was they were doing their job. And then we were accounting for it on a 6-month lag or whatever it would be, whether it should be done. But for a 2-year period, in my view, that indicates there's a control issue.
Well, I guess we need to have, so did. We're
So
on to
there's-
public comment, are we?
Yeah, if there's no more further discussion, we can invite public comment.
Okay, we invite public comment.
We do not have any public comment, and we've not received any written public comment.
Then I move that we adopt resolution 2310, adopting the modified schedule for cost recovery fees for emergency medical services.
Second.
I'm sorry, that was Romer.
Yes.
Motion by
Aye.
Jordan.
Yeah.
Seconded by Romer. We invite public comment
Comment.
on the motion. We do not have any public comment. Director Danziger.
Aye.
Director Hassler.
Aye.
Director Jorgen.
Aye.
Director Romer.
Aye.
President Jex.
Aye.
Item 10.6, develop a needs-based financing program for landowners who are part of a Firewise community and need significant expensive abatement.
Even directors. At the previous board meeting, there was direction from the board to explore developing a needs-based financing program to make district funds available to residents via secured loans for fuel mitigation efforts. District council advises that mechanics liens, which were previously discussed, cannot be used by the district. However, there may be alternative means to secure loans that require further research should the board direct additional development of this proposed program. The district has an existing program to complete fuel mitigation work using non-voluntary liens. Those are collected in the method shown below with a 50% administrative fee attached and then attached to the secured property tax of the parcel for the following year. Should the district seek to develop something else, I would point out that there's significant challenges on either end of the extremes. One extreme would be where the district would essentially carry the note until the property sold, which could be many, many years in the future. The other would be which the district spreads it out over 1 or 2 years, which would have dubious value to the resident since it would all come due. We have in our work throughout the district over the last 6 years, where we've been very active, we've only had one bona fide case where the resident was unable to pay, which the district then executed via lien funded work and was attached to the property tax. So out of the thousands of inspections and enforcement actions we have taken, we've had one instance where something like this would have come into question. I would also point out that the district staff is fully subscribed and we're simply not built for management of long-term tax liens, spreading them out over time. I'd be very concerned about something that pushed us deep into the future, about the continuity that we would be able to track it appropriately over time. And since we're talking about taxes on people's homes, that's obviously something we should approach with great sensitivity. Which brings me to my sense that this is a program for which we have yet to see demand, and putting it in place would be challenging, have significant complexity, and is not something to be approached lightly with our existing staff laid out. But I'd be happy to answer any questions or take direction from the board. With the statement is included in the staff report that if the board is interested in pursuing something like this, we'll have council spend some significant time figuring out all of the various elements that must be considered for such a program to not only meet the legal requirements, but also to meet the practical requirements of implementation.
So I guess, us doing it directly sounds awkward, hard to implement. I agree with all that. I think the number of cases we've had is probably directly related to how many full inspections we've done. And my impression is we've done precious few full inspections of people that, if you're selling your house, you obviously have money, you can afford to pay for whatever needs to happen. But we have our $12,000 example of, somebody that might not be able to have the money. So the question for me is, now we're going to do hundreds of detailed inspections in not only the 2-foot limit, but all the dead trees and all that stuff that's going to be real money for some of the people. So there's going to be a lot more that's going to happen than the one we've already had. That curve, we used to do really cheap things, and now we're going to start doing expensive things, would be my impression, more expensive.
I would challenge that, sir. Based on our big push on dead trees over the last several years. That was more than roadside. That was any dead tree, and some of those were very difficult to access. We also perform hundreds of complaint-based inspections per year that are detailed full parcel inspections. And if you spread that out over the last 6 years, we've had, I don't know, but my intuition is that this year we will not have more total full parcel inspections than we have had, or at least not significantly more than we've had in most of the previous years since the current system was put in place, beginning in 2019.
Really? So all those parcels that were yellow and the ones that are green and red, that isn't an increase from last year's full inspections?
By the time we get done with all of them, I'll certainly run the numbers down, but we've had a significant number of full parcel inspections based on complaints, property transfer, which is a different category, obviously, because money's coming unlocked, and then the dead tree inspection. Because to access the dead tree typically involved quite a bit of tromping around. We also do full inspections for anytime we're doing building permits, where there's sometimes that, unlike a property transfer inspection where equity is being unlocked, the construction permits folks are often tapped for equity at the time we come and do the inspection, and those are full parcel inspections.
But again, there's money around. People aren't expanding things and building things because they have money.
Had in some cases. So. The money's been expended on the remodel. It was
So I'm not going to go over everything the chief said. I had bullet points, and he's covered just about everything I had on my bullets. I don't see it as a problem right now. If we've only had, one person, one property owner in the last 6 years who really, couldn't pay this. And also, as it's written, having a needs-based program for people in a Firewise community, I think is inequitable for the community, because there's majority of us aren't in a Firewise community either. So I'm not in favor of a program like this. And there are other means for people to, find financing to do this work. And like we brought up earlier this evening, the district is willing to work with people, spread it out. You get in contract. There are ways to work around this.
So how many? I guess the question for me is, how many people are you willing to kick out of your house? Is the answer 1? Is the answer 2? Is it 10? When's enough? Because my answer is 1's too many. It's really easy to me. I don't want us to be in the business of kicking one single person out of their house. Period. For any reason, right? So because I've dealt with, 15 people that I was responsible for that were old and didn't have money necessarily, and didn't want to die in a nursing home. I wanted to die in their own home. And I don't want to be in the business of kicking people out of their house because they have a fire problem. So maybe this isn't the answer, but the answer to me anyway is not to have our fire district be in that business. So I'm not sure this is the right answer. Maybe the answer is that if the new thing that Mark Evans is forming gives money to a Firewise community, maybe some people in that community receive more benefit than others, but that's up to the people in that Firewise community as a thought, or whatever kind of community. It doesn't be a Firewise, any community. In other words, it might not be you get the grant. It might be somebody else. Somebody gets a bigger grant and they happen to get more of the benefit, because in any community, some people have already done all the work and other people haven't. So maybe if we end up figuring out how to fund that program, those folks can deal with that more than us having to deal with it directly as a thought.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't think we want to be in the business of kicking people out, but I also don't think that MOFD is a financing organization at all in any way.
Yeah.
So that's why I have trouble with this is it's just too complicated. Yeah, directly. Yes, there may be other ways indirectly to deal with it, but a financing organization, we don't have the funds and we shouldn't be using public funds for financing work. Others, that puts a drag on.
Agreed.
I agree.
I agree, but what's said over here, if we get involved in the financing activity that start talking about, over a period of time, that deprives the district of the funds and revenue needed to run the district, because we already have stretched with some of the programs that we do of funding. If our reserves were in excess of 50% or 70% or 80%, you might do more of it, but I think the ones that we've had before were, resolved with 1 year. Not a spread out over 3 or 4 years.
Well, the chief's comments on staff time alone caused the alarm bells in my head to go off, so. Unless I need to hear anything, unless anybody, I'm not quite sure, is anybody on the board suggesting that? It sounds like we kind of have a consensus.
The only thing I would say is not doing it directly, I get, but I think potentially it's going to be related to how we fund
I understand.
the new nonprofit organization.
But we can take that up at a different time under a different resolution, right?
Yep.
Okay, yeah,
I agree.
all right.
I don't know that we need to.
I think
guess we
this
need
was
to-
just a discussion anyway, wasn't it?
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
We need to invite public comment.
Okay.
Public comment.
We have one hand raised, Mark Evans.
I think this is an important issue and the Fire Safe Moraga-Orinda is ready to help. We are going to mimic the Diablo Fire Safe Council where they have what's known as a SNAP program, Special Needs Assistance Program. So as we get off the ground, these sorts of issues that come up, although they are rare, they're very important. And as a nonprofit, we can help those community people, and we're in much better position, more cost effective and reaching out. I would like to respond to Director Danziger's comment, like not everybody's in a firewatch community. My question is, why not? It is not that hard to be in a firewatch community. We should be organizing across the entire Moraga Fire District to help people work together and do that. I'm not saying that the Fire Safe Moraga-Orinda will exclude people, but we are definitely encouraging people to work together as neighborhoods. Thank you.
I think the majority of Orinda is already in a firewise neighborhood, right? I think it's literally past. the
If
tipping point.
not, it's close.
And that concludes our public comment.
Okay.
I appreciate your
So I don't
comments,
think
Mark.
there's a motion
I don't think there's a
necessary
motion.
because
No.
it's just
Yeah,
a
yeah,
discussion.
provide
Correct.
us a direction. Okay. So we move on.
Item 10.7, discuss development of a policy to publicly disclose on a monthly basis a list of property owners' names and address for all properties that have been issued an administrative citation in the amount of 500 and above.
Good evening, directors. At the May 17th, 2023 board meeting, a director requested an item to be placed on a future agenda to discuss developing a policy to publicly disclose on a monthly basis a list of property owners' name and address for all properties that have been issued administrative citation in the amount of $500 and above. Per district council, this information is public record and can be disclosed. And as I noted here in the staff report, this is a policy decision for the board. I would note, though, that for a property to reach the $500 level, there's been a 30-day pre-citation, there's been a 14-day citation, and then 7 days at each one of the escalating levels before a fine lands at $500. This happens very, very rarely because typically it is resolved before it gets to this point, either via correction of the violation or an appeal to the board, that the board formed as a Board of Appeals in those cases. We have several of those pending now. Once an appeal has been filed, we stop the finding process on the theory that the person is asked for their time before the board, and it would not be correct for us to proceed with escalation of fines until the board had a chance to weigh in on the matter. So this happens very rarely. It actually happens with institutional property owners more than it does with residents, but it would be the board's decision. I think the analog for this we're all aware with, obviously, is the water usage rates, which have been published for years in this community.
My inclination is it's a good idea. I'm a big believer in the idea that community transparency and sunlight is an incentive towards people complying with codes and improving their property. I guess I would have a couple of questions, though, as to whether there are any downsides to this from council. For example, is this likely to result in some property owners getting their insurance canceled or their insurance rates increased, or anything else that I'm not thinking of? Anything I'm missing here?
Well, on the insurance issue, actually the chief is the great expert on fire insurance, so I would defer to him. I just buy it.
Yes, sir. With regard to property and casualty insurance, this information is all public record. If the carrier were watching it at that level, they could obtain the information.
They could get this anyway.
They could. And
Okay.
that's it.
I don't think they do.
This is not the sort of thing. This is only the sort of thing that would come into question after a loss occurred, where as part of the investigation conducted by an investigator who regularly sends us Public Records Act requests, of which this would be releasable. It's not privileged. Which they would then use to determine whether or not there was negligence, which has to do with the property of fortuitous loss.
Interesting.
Yes.
Fortuitous.
So-
Thank you, council.
Yeah, appreciate it. When'd you get your JD?
Yeah, John has said he'll sign me off as a
This
paralegal.
this is my daily trial. Yeah, so I mean, I don't really see a legal issue here. I mean, we, as has been mentioned already, I mean, we know that this happens for water rates. It is public record. The only thing I guess, I would say you want to consider is, some folks may feel there's, a bit of a privacy interest. You don't necessarily know where people live by name. So you're putting name and address together here.
Yeah.
I mean, the truth is, obviously you can look that up and we know that, but
Why don't we just put the name and the city? they live
Yeah.
in?
That's
I think I'd feel a little more comfortable with that, just from it's not legally you're okay either way, I think, but I feel better with that.
And I guess our little map that we put out shows that they're red also. right?
Exactly. I mean, the map's going out. So anybody who wants to, even with
The map's going out with an obfuscation layer. 10 is generally the standard for federal privacy. So the map will be limited to your ability to zoom in to where you can pick out individual parcels. It's more to give a sense.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay.
And again, I'm not saying people couldn't figure it out. They can from various public records.
Yeah.
But I think it's a little different than, a good
Right.
example of that is criminal records, for example. You could actually call in courts, et cetera, figure out various things about arrests and things like that you don't necessarily have, that the public doesn't have easy access to getting.
The internet's a wonderful thing, though. I mean,
Yeah.
for $50, you can get anything you want on anybody.
Yeah, that I understand. So I'm
And
not.
so we get the full benefit of the public shaming effect and the public
Yeah.
incentivization by just sending out, hey, we're going to start publicizing this.
Yeah.
We don't need to say, hey, we're going to leave the address off.
Councilman Jacks. I had brought this to the board. I think this will just give us another item in our toolbox in order to try to get people to comply. And my question is, and maybe you addressed it before, if we did this, would it have to be added to ordinance 2307, or you think it can be just separate?
I don't think there's anything you need to do in 2307.
Oh, really?
It's a public record. We just publish it. My suggestion would actually be, and I don't know, I hope staff doesn't kill me for saying this, that it just be one of the attachments to the monthly board, packet. And then it'll be there and people can do with it what they will.
Yeah, that was, I had that right here.
Put it in the newspaper or something.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you could, but
Well, they may pick it up, but I had right here, put it in the fire marshal's monthly report.
Yeah.
And I would say name and city. That's what East Bay Mud does. They don't list an actual address. They name and city, so.
But how do you know, it's John Smith? Well, great, there are 4 John Smiths in town. What do you do?
Good point.
It's fine.
Parcel number? I mean,
Well,
you can look that up easy. No, that can be looked up. I mean,
Maybe just their street name,
Street, yeah,
because there might not be as many John Smiths on, Minor Road.
right.
I'm just saying, because otherwise, if I'm the other John
Yeah,
Smith, I'm gonna
yeah.
be pretty upset.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
okay, and I would also say that we don't add it to the agenda until after the appeal process is played out.
Well,
Is that-
that presumes they've appealed. We don't,
Most people don't appeal.
yeah, and the appeals typically come in well before that point.
Okay, so, all right.
So these people are gonna be a long way down
Yeah.
some path, a bad path.
This goes back to the 2019 fire code, where it said to the board and to the city and the town council. We're committed to the idea that a resident the citation will not be the resident's first indication that there's a problem. And so by the time we get to a citation, there's been several touch points. And by the time we get to a fine, a 100, a 200, $500 fine, we're at 100, 200, 300, 500. We're now at something like 6 or 7 touch points before we got to that point. So this doesn't just fall out of the sky. And if folks have a interest in appealing or feel that it's unfair or feel that the fire code is being applied inappropriately, or feel that the fire code should not apply to them, which is often the basis of the appeal. That usually occurs before we get to the $500 citation.
So is this gonna include Ed Mud and
I
the
see
city
nothing
of
about
Orinda
the
and
way this,
Moraga?
there's nothing about this that I see that would direct the discrimination between public or private entities or institutional or residential.
I like it.
Of note, the only open $500 fine case we have is St. Mary's College with the nuisance alarms, which is an ongoing issue. But they are now months and months in arrears on their payments.
Ask for public comment.
So we did have public comment. Mark Evans.
I recommend, or I suggest you consider at least putting the address. These are what my organization, the Orinda Firewise Council, call reluctant neighbors. For whatever reason, they're not buying into this whole wildfire prevention. And we work on it. But, when you get to this point, they've been pretty pushing back. But what I've also found is that there are some neighbors who really don't know what to do. And so this Fire Safe Moraga-Orinda, I know I'm sounding like I'm pushing the same rope, but we go and reach out to them and say, how can we help you? How can we help you get the necessary work done to make your neighborhood safer? So I'm just suggesting that you consider publicizing enough information that neighbors can go help those people, because it's the neighbors who are hurt if they don't do the work. Then that's,
Name and street. Well,
Yeah,
probably
name and
just
street.
doesn't.
I leave it up to you what you think is necessary and appropriate, but I'm just saying I would love to be able to access this information as helping it. I think we can help those people, and we're the right type of organization, not the only one, but we're the right type of organization to go out and help them.
I just emphasize that I would just emphasize that still public information can be requested. The question is more about what are we going to routinely publish? And so, again, I can't say it would be impermissible to have the, everything, but I sure feel a little better with just street name, name of person, street name, and render Moraga.
Yeah.
It just requires one more step for the Firewise Council to figure out, if there is doubt, what
Well,
parcel it is.
they can request it from the district. It's still public information.
But just, I would emphasize though, that I think there's a place for community engagement and so forth, but by the time we've reached $500 citation, this is typically beyond information sharing and, and this is into either there's an underlying issue, there's a lack of availability. We've had this with absentee landowners of undeveloped parcels, or there is no one to contact, because one down in Sanders, as an example, is registered to an address in Dodge City, Kansas. Or the one the board may recall several years ago inside a Delray school that's owned by an LLC in Singapore or Hong Kong, or one of the two.
Yeah.
By the time we get to this point, these are enforcement cases that require enforcement responses.
I would also like, if we send out these notices, maybe we would add, a sentence on their final notice that, to make them aware that this is going to be in our agenda. I mean, I don't know what the wording is right now, but somehow
Notice that they're going to be publicly.
yeah.
Yeah.
That it's gonna be, in our agenda, it's gonna be published.
So have we had our public comment, right? So,
We did.
so I'll make a motion that we approve. Again, I can't see the number anymore.
Direction.
it's just direction.
Direction, I believe I have it.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
Fair enough.
Discussion.
Excellent.
Item 10.8, authorize the purchase of 2 Pierce Manufacturing Enforcer Pumpers Type 1 fire engine from Golden State Fire Apparatus in the amount of $2,196,920 and
Thank you for the emphasis on the enforcer.
We had a win.
That.
I thought we had a win.
Motion.
No.
No, we
it was-
Just
That
direct.
was discussed under budget.
Good evening, directors. The FY 2024 Capital Projects Fund budget includes $2.2 million for the purchase of 2 Type 1 fire engines to replace 2 fire engines in the current fleet. One is a 1998 and one is a 2008. The cost to purchase the apparatus is $2,196,920 and 10 cents. The district's purchasing ordinance requires board approval for the purchase of vehicles in excess of $100,000. The apparatus will be purchased using the Sourcewell Cooperative Purchasing Contract. Sourcewell is a national cooperative purchasing compact with whom MOFD maintains an account. There's a definition of cooperative purchasing underneath, which meets our requirement for competitive bidding. The district has an option to prepay for the 2 engines within 30 days of contract execution, which result in a savings of $156,610. Staff recommends paying upon delivery in order to reduce the risk to the district and giving an opportunity to invest the purchase funds, which will likely result in investment earnings greater than the prepayment savings, giving the rate of return we're currently experiencing. There's details and specification on the apparatus are included as well. And we'd be happy to answer any questions the board may have. This came forward following the adoption of the budget that includes these funds. It's a related item.
So we're still looking at 48 months before this actually gets paid.
36 to 41 was the
36.
latest update.
And what do we get? I mean, do we get this year's model or we get
No, sir, we get
whatever's there?
We get the one that's built. It'll take a time to. We'll get whatever year they get started on it. They don't start building it now and takes 41 months to make it down the line. They're back ordered, so it's probably more like. It takes them 36 months to get started and then 3 to 5 months to build it. So the reason this is time sensitive is that there's a pending change in emissions requirements. This goes back, we previously discussed this, but 15 years ago or so ago, when diesel emission requirements were first put into effect, the vast majority of large commercial diesel engines are run in things like interstate trucking, where the engine runs at 1800 RPM for 12 hours at a time. When that same technology was put in fire engines that are run from cold to cold for minutes at a time, cold start from the station, blast out to the call, shut down, bring it back. Very, very different environment than what we see in a highway setting. And so the regen units were very problematic with first generation. We're not eager to get the first generation of a redesigned power plant that is still being developed. We think this would be a good time to upgrade elements of the fleet. The 98 is truly obsolete at this point. The 2008 is an apparatus that has had trouble for quite some time. And at 15 years of frontline service is approaching the end of a normal frontline service life.
What is the warranty on?
Say again?
What is the warranty?
I don't know, but I'll find out.
And our process for getting rid of the old ones, in 3 years is we do get for sure fair market value for these, a national fair market value for them.
Yes, sir. There, we surplus them. And there's, as I said, there's a thriving market of, for used apparatus. And it's relatively easy to check prices on the several large digital exchanges where apparatus, used apparatus are posted for sale.
Do both Pearson Rosenbauer supply fire engines for the entire United States and internationally as well? In other words, they're building fire engine, part of the backlog is that they're building fire engines for across the country and maybe even Canada and Mexico too?
Yes, so there's significant backlog, or sorry, there has been significant consolidation in the custom fire apparatus manufacturing space. Many of the smaller providers have been bought up. There've been several attempts, high tech and others, that attempts to build fire engines in California, given the size of the market. All of that work is now migrated. Pierce is out of Wisconsin, as an example, and has purchased several of the other smaller regional fire apparatus manufacturers. So the market consolidation has not been very helpful with regard to competition and
Drives up prices.
Do you include money in here for sending our people back like we did last time?
Yeah, so there's a pre-build, there is a inspection included in the contract for an apparatus committee member to go back to conduct an inspection of the building.
Do they drive it back?
Yes, sir. It is either delivered or driven back. This example last week, we got a picture sent to me of a pair of Anchorage, Alaska quints passing through Bozeman, Montana, on their way from the Pierce manufacturer in Wisconsin to Anchorage.
They didn't put them on a ship.
They ship them from Seattle.
Okay. So
It's a
can't
ferry.
drive there,
Yes,
it's
sir.
hard. Puts a lot of miles in it. I think it's Pennsylvania.
Would you like to invite?
And I think we did, you and I did the simple math. We're currently earning 5-ish% per year on.
$5.17. Yes, sir.
Yeah. On the $2 million,
Minus
it saves you
$2 million.
$100,000 a year. It's gonna be 3 years. That's a lot more than the 150 or 60.
Yeah.
Gives you off, so it's better to, now, who knows how long it's gonna last, but even if the 5% only lasts for a year, that was still a better deal.
Yes, sir. And we'll explore options now that we're newly conversant in the purchase of T-bills and other investments. We'll utilize that recently gained experience with Mary and Gloria to explore options and bring something back to the board, providing options for how this capital could be invested, since we have a known range of when it'll be outflowing, and determine what the most advantageous options are. My uninformed opinion is that there's likely to be not a whole lot of headspace for interest rate rise above where we are now. So this would be a good time to lock in at a favorable rate.
Talk to the Fed. They just came out today and said, definitely going up because inflation's not down.
Yes, sir. Managing expectations.
Chief, is there a deposit we're making though? Like, do we make a deposit part of the 2.2 million, or no, we just signed a contract? Okay.
Apparently,
Locking in the price.
my signature packs a lot
You
of
get
weight
that
in
as well?
Wisconsin.
Impressive.
Yeah.
Any further comments? If not, we'll go to public comment.
We do not have any hands raised and we've not received written public comment.
Okay, then we'll accept a motion.
I'll make a motion to authorize the purchase of the 2 Pierce Manufacturing and Forza Pumpers Type 1 fire engines from Golden State Fire Apparatus in the amount of $2,196,920.10.
Second.
Come on, 10
10
cents.
cents.
Motion
get
by
10 cents
Danziger,
off?
Yeah.
seconded by Romer. Invite open comment for on the motion.
Any comments, public?
We do not have any public comment. Director Danziger.
Aye.
Director Hassler.
Aye.
Director Jorgen.
Aye.
Director Romer.
Aye.
Director Jex.
Aye.
All this you know what I mean?
Committee reports,
It's a good thing.
audit committee.
Nothing by the audit committee.
Mm-mm.
Ad hoc committee develop plans for expanding fire prevention program.
So I think we effectively had the presentation from Mark Evans, because that's a related topic as far as I'm concerned, what we do with the fire prevention. This is one of the things that we potentially need to put on the agenda is how, if and how we can actually fund that organization, because that's part of what this committee is supposed to be doing. So when it gets to that point, I want to put that on the agenda for next time so that we can actually understand what we're doing. But otherwise, we didn't have any other meeting.
Okay.
Facilities,
Nothing to report.
joint fire prevention with the city of Orinda.
Director Jorgens wasn't here in the May budget meeting, right? And I reported on our meeting at that, I think it was
Well,
early May.
The last one we had, I was there. It was the only one we had, so we had like right here. We were both there, but that's the last
At
one.
the
we had.
2x2.
Yeah, which is what that is.
Yeah, I know, but I reported to the MOFD board meeting
Perfect.
on May 17th, the gist of what we have done.
And there hasn't been another meeting yet.
There hasn't been another meeting, and I think the next one is 6 p.m. August 14th.
Oh.
So I have nothing in addition to what I already stated on the record at the May MOFD board meeting.
Hey, I just want to ask council a question. On that particular committee, the 2x2 committee, can I attend that if I'm not on the I'm not on ad hoc committees? It's a citywide open meeting. Could I go?
You know, given that it's a sort of citywide open meeting, I think you could go. I don't think you could speak.
Okay. I can't say, you can't say something like, I'm taking off that hat. I want to say something.
No, you can't. do
can't,
that.
okay,
You can't do that.
Okay.
Because it's within, the issue in the Brown Act is it within the powers of this body, right? And the subject matter of
Okay.
this body. And I mean, let's face it.
It is.
It is.
Yeah.
So,
But I could attend.
yeah, I think in that
We have-
situation, because you're just like any member of the public, but,
We
But-
have- but,
yeah.
Not to be negative here, but I remember we had this exact discussion about having a finance committee meeting and having a third board member
Yeah.
be at the meeting, and the answer, public
Right.
meeting.
I
and
do
you couldn't be
recall
there.
that. What's the distinction?
yeah, well, they're really, I mean, it kind of caught me there. You're right. I don't approve of the practice. What's a little different here, in my view, is this is a 2x2 committee, so it's.
It's
So
not
yeah.
our meeting. I
It's
mean,
not your
really
meeting,
city.
it's just a public meeting, but I would concede this is it's a bit of a
That's a
close
great-
call, I mean, you know, but.
Because it doesn't matter if it's a public meeting, if it's a barbecue or a party,
you-
and there's three of us together, it's, you know, we got to be careful about what we say, right?
Oh, wait a minute, so the 2x2s are noticed, okay, so they're Brown Act, so then it doesn't matter.
What doesn't matter?
What does,
He can be there, because if it's noticed, you've met the Brown Act requirement. So there's no Brown Act problem.
We publish notice of the meeting as a special meeting.
Hold it.
so
We
that's
public-
what distinguishes it
we
from
could-
the audit committee, because the audit committee meeting is not published?
Well, it was public. Well,
The audit committees, those are open vote.
It's public.
I
I guess
guess,
three of us can't go to that.
okay, hang on. A little late at night for this conversation. So the difficulty is, in theory, that anytime you have a quorum of this board,
Yes.
Right.
Talking
You-
about items
you-
this
right.
board could talk
then,
about.
Yeah.
that talking about anything that you could talk about, that's right. That's why that's what creates the Brown Act problem, is at that point, you might as well have 5 people there, doesn't, I mean, because you've got a quorum, therefore you are the board. I mean, so that's right, and that has to be noticed, and all you're noticing is this 2x2 committee, which you're not noticing the full board. So I think it's still a problem, I guess, Marcia, I mean, in that respect, it seems to me that it still creates an issue. Again, it seems to me it's a bigger forum, you know, and it's more of a public meeting, but I guess, look, I'd be happy, why don't I do this? Why don't I look into this for you a little bit more deeply?
All right, because we could go to all the same basketball game, as so long as we're not
Yeah.
discussing an issue that could come before
Mhm.
the forum, it's just,
But
it's
sort
the
of a different issue.
communication that we need to be careful.
By definition, this is discussing those things. That's all
Yeah.
it's discussing.
That's the point. When, and we wouldn't be doing that at a cocktail party or a
If there-
basketball
If
game
there
or
are three of you
something.
there,
I don't.
again, the question kind of comes down to, can they talk, can the third person talk?
Well,
Right.
that for sure you can. I mean, so that's clear. But let me do this. Let me respond. Let me do a little research on this.
Fair enough. It's 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
I don't think you should have to answer legal questions.
Yeah,
after
no, I'm
10 o'clock.
sorry.
You know,
I'll give
your
you a
children
discount
have-
on the
Yeah,
post 10
right.
o'clock advice and I will, I will go and answer it properly.
Announcements?
So we would like to open the public comment on the committee. We have one hand raised.
Oh, come on.
Mark Evans.
Yeah, I just wanted to close with and Craig brought it up. We'd love the Fire Safe Moraga-Orinda would be really appreciate being on a future agenda. Our number one priority right now is to engage you, the fire board, with talking, discussing if you are interested or possible to assign someone from MOFD to be one of our board members. I think there's huge value there. I want to make myself available to every board member to talk individually, come explain more things. We intend to be very transparent about what we're doing and why we're doing it. The second thing I'd like to say is if there's anyone on the board who is not in a Firewise neighborhood, I would personally love to come visit with you, help you figure out how to help get your neighborhood Firewise. I strongly feel that working together as neighbors is helpful for our entire community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
We do not have any more public comment. And we can go on to announcements.
Announcements?
Well, does that include future agenda items?
Future agenda items.
Because then we need to ask the question about whether we should agendize for the July meeting, this whole discussion about whether and to what extent we could either appoint someone or recommend or not either someone within the department or outside the department who has some special expertise to the Moraga-Orinda Firewise Council.
And the question is it a board member? Is it an advisor? You know, what are the constraints on what we do?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, so
And that gives you the time. to
I
look
can,
into that.
yeah, we obviously will research that. I offhand, I see Brown Act issues and I see conflict issues, but
Maybe a Brown Act issue.
if you appoint somebody to another organization, there can, and they're performing work that's associated with you, then yes, it can be a Brown Act problem. So look, I'll give you
Yeah.
an opinion. I looked
Yeah.
at this ahead of
So
time.
should we agendize the general discussion without any commitment, or is that not any objection?
I
to
guess the
that?
question I would have is just what specifically, so I get the question of, okay, I'm gonna lay out some of the questions. Question one that I'm gonna look at is what would be the ramifications of appointing a director to their board, to the board of this?
I thought we eliminated that already.
Well, I'm sort of hearing it's still a little bit of a bubble in the question.
Do you think so it is?
I don't-
Or if a
Well,
board member would be.
Mr. Evans is certainly.
Okay, so what you're,
Not one of our, not one of us, maybe, you know, the fire marshal or the. you know,
okay, so
whoever.
you're not suggesting that we consider a board member
Okay.
as a non-voting advisor to the board? You're taking
I don't-
off the table any board member being on their board.
Because I'm pretty sure there's gonna be
A conflict
by
of interest.
definition, conflict of interest.
I wouldn't
and
feel
we'll never be
comfortable
able
being
to
the
vote
one to do it.
Fund it, so that'd be stupid.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I mean, one thing's for sure, you'd be the person on the board, whoever that is, who doesn't get to vote on their funding.
Right.
The,
Exactly.
Right,
We-
so that's not
I
on the
think
table.
that
The
that's-
question is, but I think what Mark is looking for is somebody that is the liaison from the fire district so that they help them set priorities, they add credibility to it from, you know, when the state looks at you and says, gee, do you have
Right,
anybody who knows what the hell they're talking about? You want to have
Okay.
somebody that knows what they're talking about.
Right.
So-
Whether it's an advisor or a board member or whatever,
Okay.
liaison, what do you want to call them?
okay, so I'm gonna look into the ramifications of appointing a board liaison. I'll look into the ramifications of having an employee of the district
Right.
on their board,
Right.
or as an advisor.
Or as an
Or as an
Because there's a
advisor.
pretty big difference, I think.
Right. Yeah, I think there was two. So, okay, so those are two things. Then more broadly, I think your question, there seems to be a broader question about, funding, I guess, more broadly.
Are there, how could we, and what constraints would there be if we decided to fund it? How would one design a relationship that works?
Yeah, and by the way, I mean, one of the things that I think I could use from the board in that respect is a question of what do we envision this nonprofit, doing, basically, and that's a question. I mean, I've heard from Mr. Evans some pieces of what I.
Well, I think if you look at the Diablo Fire Safety Council, which gives grants to HOAs and firewise communities, and I don't think they give them to individuals. Don't forget, it's only within their jurisdiction, is literally within our MOFD footprint. That's exactly, there's 100% overlap, and that's all there is. So it doesn't go to Lafayette, it doesn't go to anybody else. That's the only thing it does. So, it isn't like we would be giving money to something that would go outside the district, as an example. But I think their whole purpose is to encourage, people to be more our community to be more fire safe.
So should I, in doing my research, should I use Diablo Fire Safe as the model in terms of the question of what are the services that would be provided by the nonprofit?
Sure. I would actually call Mark, because I think that's the analogy he's using. It might be even a better example. I don't know whether there's a different organization that might even be better, but I think I've heard that one's a good.
All right. So what that will almost inevitably do, because I know how these things go, I will give you something of a framework to look at what the potential problems are, et cetera.
Right.
I'm going to start by doing that piece. There'll still be, depending what your choices you then make,
Exactly.
have to go further down
Because
rabbit.
that's not a deadline. If we don't resolve all those issues, we can put it over until September if necessary, but. I think Mark would like to he'd like to get his board put together, so.
And I think we had talked a couple of board meetings ago about maybe having our fire, the gutter and the gutter guards and the wire and things potentially transfer, that function transfer over to that group instead of us doing it directly.
Except do we want to do that if the support unit is the one that's been cutting the vents? That's free late, that's right.
Okay. Well,
So, that's
do we want to be
24.
in the business of cutting vents, or do we want to be in the business of giving away the wire? I don't know.
These are policy decisions. Let me take a first crack at it. I think this is going to be an iterative discussion, but
Sounds good.
I would just make a little bit of caution for what you're gonna do until we get a formal request from this group to what they want and what the group is, what their mission is, what they propose. I mean, I don't want you going off.
no,
I don't want to speak for Mark, but I'm guessing his priority is he can't do much without establishing his board. So he wants to resolve that. I mean, if we say no, we can't provide either a board member or employee, then he's got to get his board from somebody else. But I think that's a priority for him. I think the money thing probably can wait a little bit longer, although I think he anticipates trying to hire some administrative staff. So, that would be helpful for him to know. But I don't think he can start applying for grants until he has a board. How broad are what?
Mostly Orinda.
It's going to be exclusively Orinda because.
The whole district, absolutely.
Okay. Oh, that's correct. I think if they're getting money from the SSTOC, that money would have to be earmarked to Orinda.
Yeah, he can do subgroups if he gets money that has,
Right.
earmarks on it that says this can only be spent in Orinda, then you can do that.
Yeah. Right.
We aren't going to be doing that because that wouldn't be right for us to do.
here's my suggestion. I will provide you some general guidance about what some of the issues that you'll have to be attentive to is, but I think part of what you could do at the next meeting, if you're agendizing it, is talk more about what it would do, et cetera, because
Have Mark come and tell us.
yeah, I mean, because otherwise you're gonna waste a lot of resource with me chasing.
But I
what
think
could
he
you
already
just
knows
give me
what that is. I think he can, you
Right.
know.
No, I understand, but you understand, I can give you a broad framework, but if I go too far down a rabbit hole, it's expensive and it's silly.
Exactly,
Because I don't know
exactly.
what I'm
Right.
chasing.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
okay.
So let's just get the bare bones, the skeleton and
Yeah.
go from there.
Yeah.
All right. Agreed?
Okay, we can open public comment on future agenda items. Mark Evans.
Thanks you guys for talking about that. I believe we've actually made our request by first and foremost asking for someone to be involved, whether they're a director or an advisor. We're comfortable with either. We just want to get the conversation going with the fire district board and the entire fire district. We value you and we're there to help you. I just want to share with you that we're also in parallel requesting someone from the city of Orinda to be to assign someone to be a board member, and also the town of Moraga. We've had early discussions with both organizations, and we think within the next 4 weeks, we will make some progress in those areas. Regardless of whether people are uncomfortable, I understand the Brown Act and issues, we will press forward and we'll be very transparent with you, the fire district board, on our efforts and our purposes. I would like to say to you, Director Jorgens, right now, we're not that interested in taking over your grant programs. They're working well. They're going well. We want to focus initially on fuel reduction projects. We feel that's the biggest need, and that is definitely something that both Fire Safe and other fire safe councils in California are doing effectively. Thank you.
Good to know.
That concludes our public comment.
Okay,
Motion to adjourn.
motion to adjourn. Second.
Need a first motion?
I motion to adjourn.
I thought you had already made the motion. Oh,
He asked for a motion.
Oh, sorry.
Those in favor?
We got a second. Yeah.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So now that we're not in a meeting, so our agenda order has changed a lot, and it seems to me we have a procedure that says what the agenda order by definition has to be. Are we not following that?